in crawl space moisture control and encapsulations, along with septic system repairs and installations. As always, we offer plumbing, electrical, and HVAC, all while redefining service excellence. So go ahead, contact us at callnewblue.com. That's callnublue.com. Go Pirates.
Your Wood Ducks host the Augusta Green Jackets September 3rd through the 7th for the final homestand. Join us on Friday and come check out the World Series trophy. There will also be postgame fireworks presented by WNCT Channel 9, where the first pitch is set for 7 p.m. And the first 1,000 fans on Saturday will receive a Canes-themed jersey presented by Down East Heating and Air. First pitch is set for 5 p.m. And be sure to come celebrate and enjoy the final Wood Ducks game on Sunday with our fan appreciation game. Get your tickets at woodducksbaseball.com or at the box office the day of the game. Go Woodies!
What's up, Pirate Nation? Are you guys ready for some ECU football? Because we are here at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And to kick this season off, we're doing 90 days till first payment on all Chrysler Dodge Jeep Rams. Also, up to $9,500 off new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 2-row and up to $7,000 off the 24 model Jeep Grand Cherokee 3rd row. Don't forget to check out our huge selection of affordable used vehicles starting from $699 and up. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
There's a special deal at US Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, barbershop quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, this is State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer right here in Greenville. We can switch your auto and home insurance so you can start saving today. My team and I are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Timothy Sawyer State Farm, it's easy to switch and save. Just give us a call, 493-0002. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Today's a new day. This year is a new team, so we got to go out there and prove it.
Since January, we've been crafting this thing for you guys. We know you're going to like it. It's going to be special.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We're not going to shy away from any competition. So be it. Let's go toe-to-toe.
Brace yourself.
The Pirate Nation, there's nobody better. The Pirate Nation comes out and they bleed that purple for us. They instill that pirate pride in this whole eastern part of this state. And they're making the purple and gold the most feared colors on the East Coast.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We appreciate y'all's support. We coming for everything. One last dance.
We're going to put on a show for Pirate Nation.
Pirate Nation, we appreciate y'all. Can't wait to see Dowdy packed out. And just know this year is not going to be like last year. Can't wait to show y'all. Go Pirates.
Pirate fans, it's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
All right, the wait is over. Pirate football is here, and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is back. Clip Rock here in the Pirate Radio studios. Shirley Rhodes, awesome intro. Big Dog, the people love the video. We are fired up, ready to go for another year. We got Earl in the house. We got Young Cole. We got Brian Bailey, the legend, joining us hour number 1. What's up, BB?
What's up? Ready to go.
Happy game day to you, sir.
Happy
and we
game
got
day.
So much to talk about. Here for the next 4 hours, we're going to obviously preview East Carolina and Norfolk State. We got games going on right now that we will keep you up to date on And Shirley Rhodes will provide the scoreboard, and we'll have scores for you all throughout today's program. Also joining us on the show, we'll talk to David Glenn coming up later on in hour number 1. Talk about North Carolina's win at Minnesota, the injury to their quarterback there in Chapel Hill, NC State's win over Western Carolina. We'll look around the ACC and, of course, preview with DG this East Carolina game. Also comments from Mike Houston, John David Baker, and Blake Harrell as they get ready for the Spartans of Norfolk State. Coming up hour number 2, we'll talk to former Pirate pitcher Danny Beal. He is our Pirate picker today. We'll talk to different Pirates every week and pick some games, including the East Carolina football game. So it'll be good to catch up with DB. Jeff Nadeau will join us with his Saturday bets. And we'll talk to one of my co-hosts on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, Holden Ehlers. He'll make his U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show debut tonight. We'll get Holt's final thoughts on this game coming up later on. Also, Patrick Mason from the Daily Reflector will join us, as will Ross Gordon, play-by-play voice of the Norfolk State Spartans, to give us the scouting report on today's opponent. We'll go live to College Station and talk to Coach Hud, Greg Hudson, who will be at Notre Dame, Texas A&M tonight. We'll talk a little defense with Coach Hud coming up on today's show. Bailey's favorite, Brian North, will join us coming up in hour number 4.
I love some North now.
He will join us live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium if his wife let him go to the game. We'll find that out coming up in hour number 4 as well. Plus, the chat gang will chime in with you. We got poll questions. We'll talk about it from top to bottom here on Pirate Radio. We will pop the top on the Week 1 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. This season, Bud Light has a new limited edition purple and gold ECU bottle on sale now. Cheers to football fun at the tailgate and in the stadium this year. And remember, always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Go Pirates!
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Do you want to get rid of wrinkles, tighten and lift your skin, smooth your skin texture, erase veins and brown spots, get rid of unwanted hair and under-eye fat pads? Are you interested in Botox or filler? Contact the licensed professionals at Beauty Bar MediSpa for a free consultation and ask about our newest technologies and treatments. Learn more at beautybarmedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit elitepool.com. ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
Come experience Greenville's newest theater, Golden Ticket Cinemas, located on Greenville Boulevard near Cracker Barrel. With stadium seating and reserved luxury recliners, you can enjoy the movie along with great concessions such as L House sliders, delicious wings, pizza, and hot dogs. And they even have milkshakes. You can always find great deals at Golden Ticket Cinemas, such as $5.50 Ticket Tuesdays and free family movies at 11 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show in style with luxurious amenities and top-notch service at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get bugged out.
Pirate Radio.
It is my intention to commandeer one of these ships, pick up a crew and Tortuga, raid, pillage, plunder, and otherwise pilfer my Weasley black guts out.
I said no lies.
I think he's telling the truth.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
That always happens. Welcome back to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
I almost called an audible.
I'm so used to hearing Shirley say, "Here's Clip Brock," that
and she just told you that like 30 seconds ago.
And that always happens.
Yeah.
I am a...
How long have you been doing this show, Clip?
Too long, some would say.
Because every year I tell him, hey, first one.
Yep.
We're just going to go straight to you, and he always forgets.
A tradition, unlike any other. Welcome in, folks, to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Also, thank you for fueling me today. Chicken Salad Chick pregame food. Chicken Salad Chick makes their food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. It's the first time I've been by there over at 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville, and it was rocking today. I had a good crowd in there enjoying some fresh chicken salad. They also have a turkey BLT. If you're not a chicken salad fan, they have other options, but we got some food in the back, some fresh fruit. Who ordered the fresh fruit? That looks very fresh, Shirley Rhodes. So
well, I'm still on that diet, so I have to have some fruit.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you to Chicken Salad Chick for the awesome pregame spread here in the Pirate Radio studios. All right, back with you here. Shirley Rhodes, the big dog Glenn Griffin, Young Cole, Earl, and Brian Bailey joining us to kick off another season. And Bailey, the game is here, and I'm already tired because of the week that was. Like the build up to the game. We had the awesome Pirate Radio party Thursday night, where Mr. Bailey was on stage, and that was a lot of fun. Bailey had a late night last night, not partying or anything, but covering high school football. The weather came in and pushed some things back, which made it a headache for you guys, right?
Yeah, really, it's hard enough, when they start on time, but when they start late, trying to get scores in and trying to get everybody's highlights back. But the guys did a great job, and it was a really good Friday night for football, and now it's on to week 3.
Already, week 3.
Yeah, how about that?
Week 1 here for college football, the NFL kicking off next week. So a very, very exciting time, and an exciting time for East Carolina, Bailey, because of the new offense, the new offensive coordinator, the new quarterback, the new weapons at receiver. And coming off a 2-10 season, Blake Harrell said it, I think off the air, might have said it on the air too, but before your show the other day, he said, man, shout out to Pirate Nation for being this excited for a team that won 2 games last year.
And I pulled up here to park to come in, and UBE is cranking. I mean, it is packed in there. There's nowhere to park out there, so that's a good sign. I saw a lot of early tailgaters when I drove down Charles Boulevard and checked out some of that. So, yeah, I think it's an exciting day. The sun's shining. It's game day in Greenville. That's always a big time. And I buy into the fact that Coach Houston and those guys have worked from day one not to have anything close, to that 2-10 from last. You got to think about it. If the Pirates win today, they're halfway through their win total from last year, and that's crazy when you think about it.
And the stat that I'm really tired of talking about, but I continue to say it: East Carolina has not won an opener since 2016.
Yeah,
we got to put that behind us with a win today.
Got to do it.
Get to 1-0. And get ready for Old Dominion next week. If you look at it kind of in stages, Bailey, East Carolina lost the regular season last year. I do feel like Mike Houston won the offseason as far as getting people back on board and everything he's added. Now, that won't matter if they can't go out and score and put up points and win games. But how about the offseason as a whole for what they did to try to fix this offense?
Well, I think they learned a lot. I think they had a lot of, just self-centered criticism of themselves to try to, hey, look, what can we do to make this thing better? What did we do wrong to end up 2-10? And so they looked at all that, made some big changes. I mean, I know it was hard for Mike Houston to replace Donnie Kirkpatrick because one thing that these coaches do, it's like a family for the coaching staff, and that's very difficult when you've got a guy that's worked with you that long. But, the decision had to be made. It's a hard decision, but it had to be made. He brings in John David Baker, and, we get a chance to see him for the first time. I'm looking forward to seeing his play calling. I'm looking forward to seeing how the communication in the helmets is going to work and how all that plays out, whether the Pirates will have any penalties, offsides, illegal procedure, that kind of thing. So I think there's so much that goes into this first game, and Norfolk State went through a little bit of that. And if you've watched any football today, Georgia and Clemson have had a slobber knocker, but every time somebody makes a big play, there's a flag. So, I mean, you're going to see some penalties like that usually in game one.
That happened a lot last night in the game. What was it, Michigan State and FAU? It was just a penalty fest.
Yeah,
for a lot of reviews too, a lot of stoppages. But
which I hate.
Yeah. But that is college football. Clemson, by the way, on their best drive of the day, as you just said, Bailey, and they got it now 2nd and goal at about the 6-7 yard line. Georgia leading 13-0 right now on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Dub Buck. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on throughout Saturday. Shirley, you got something?
Yeah, because it just came up. It just popped up. West Virginia's game is currently in a weather delay as there is lightning in the area, so they have suspended the game temporarily, so we'll keep an eye on that. But and then ECU volleyball, by the way, underway, and they have taken the first set. They are getting ready to start the second set, and they are up 3-0 in the second set.
All right, we'll keep you up to date on all the scores going on, East Carolina and otherwise, on this awesome day, Bailey.
Oh, man, it's just so much fun. You wake up and you know there's football on all day, and and then when the pros start, you get it all day on Sundays as well. And we've said it so many times, it's just the best time of the year. It just is. The weather will get cooler later on. You'll see a lot of these weather delays this time of the year, and that's the worst thing. I mean, I remember, what was it, the A&T game that year when the storms rolled in?
Knocked us off the whole day.
Yeah.
Come back the next day. Oh, you got to look for the ball, young man.
Wow, he had no idea where that ball, and there's a flag. It's how it is.
Flag on the play. Georgia holds Clemson, but we will check on the flag. Also trying to pull up, we'll pull up Virginia Tech and Vanderbilt here.
Yeah, Vanderbilt's putting it to him earlier.
John Moody's lock of the day. I'll never listen to him again because he had the Hokies, and Vanderbilt was up 17-0, but Virginia Tech trying to get back in that game. Shirley, Earl, what's up?
Oh, no, I was just going to ask, did I miss it, but did you mention Brett?
No.
Intern Brett?
What about Brett?
Because remember he said Virginia Tech was going to be really, really good?
Actually, he had last night TCU. Oh, yeah, he did say that.
Because there was a whole segment on it.
He also gave me TCU, who did not cover. I've been listening to everybody, and I've it turns out nobody knows how to gamble.
I mean, Stanford never in doubt last night. That was a nice winner at +9.5.
All right, Earl might have some winners for us, so he's the only one I'm going to listen to on this Saturday. All right, Bailey, back to the offense. One thing I'm fascinated by, along with the headset, the play calling, how's the quarterback going to look? Who are the playmakers on this offense, especially with the pass catchers?
Right.
We kind of know the running
and
backs.
that's what's going to be interesting to see, how those guys, on game day, because you really can't tell much from those scrimmages. I mean, the coaches can see some game film and they can do that kind of thing, but until you get out there and you get a chance to make a play, and Coach Harrell said it in here on Monday on my show, he said, we've got guys that we're not that concerned about, but we do understand that they haven't put the jersey on, they haven't gone out under the lights, and so it's a whole different ball game when those big lights come on at Dowdy Ficklin.
Yeah, we'll probably do this a lot today, focus on the offense and kind of overlook the defense because we trust them so much, right?
Right, we do trust them. Interesting note about the defense, Coach Harrell was telling me they're going to debut a new turnover belt of some sort coming up tonight, and they're also going to do something with a big chest, like a Pirate's chest, and if you get a turnover, you can slam the ball into the chest. How about that?
Yeah, I'm okay. If it's fun for them.
Hey, if it gets more turnovers, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I feel like when Miami had the turnover chain, that was cool. Then everybody started kind of copying it. But if you can make it unique to us,
that's right.
I'm down with it.
I think so. Yeah, I believe to see it.
Did he say his wife was kind of involved in helping out with this, putting it together and everything? So yeah, I want to see that. I remember Troy. Do you remember that guy Troy Dreyfus that used to work here?
Saw him the other night. I think
we did see Troy
that was him
at the party and yesterday here in the studio. But he wanted an actual real sword. He really tried to talk Mike Houston into having a real sword on the sideline. I'm like, Troy, you can't have a sword.
Houston would have stabbed him with it
around these 20-year-olds that are excited and celebrating, and that thing catches an arm or a neck or something, and we got a national story going on.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go with the chest. Let's go with the treasure chest.
There you go. We got it.
Excited about that. What do you think about the crowd today, Bailey? What kind of atmosphere are we going to have?
I think, it's a beautiful day. If the storms stay away, which they're expected to, I think tomorrow and Monday are going to be more stormy as far as the weather goes, but hopefully they'll stay away. Beautiful day. It is a little warm, but I don't think they'll get to 40. I think the hope is to get between 35 and 37, but that may be optimistic as well.
All right. What is higher, Bailey? The crowd in thousands or the points on the board East Carolina scores today?
Oh, East Carolina scores more points than the crowd.
Than the thousands, okay. That. How many you got for their ECU?
I'm going to put John David Big. I think they get into the 40s.
Yeah, I got about the same.
And the defense may score.
They may. I hope I'm not overhyping the defense, but if they give up more than 13, I'm going to be upset with Blake Carroll. I'm going to write him an email, an angry email.
And if you don't like the chest, you're going to call his wife.
I will not be doing that. But no, I do have high hopes for this defense, not only today, but before this season.
And I think they have high hopes as well. And I think, in asking Coach Houston, I asked him at the press conference the other day about his defense, and I said, Blake Carroll thinks they're going to be better. And he says, I think they're going to be better. I've seen them, practice every day, and there's a lot of pride on that defense, that interior line, and that's where we remember the great lines that Coach Holtz had with back in the day with Coach Hudd and everybody. I mean, they had great linemen down there, and this big fellas that you can't move and that cause havoc on the line. And anytime you can get pressure on the quarterback with 3 or 4, that just helps you down the road defensively, and that's what they're hoping.
If I do have a criticism for the defense, it would be getting after the quarterback and getting that quarterback to the ground. We looked it up because I knew it was a pretty low number, and ECU was not great when it came to sacking the quarterback last year. I think it was tied for 114th in the nation. So as good as they were, they did not have many sacks, and they kind of addressed that this offseason, bringing in Raheem Craig and some pass rushers to try to get to that QB. So that is something I would like to see a little more of. The question is, how many times will Norfolk State throw the ball today? They were 7 of 9 last Saturday.
They don't want to throw it. They can run it down your throat. They're going to do exactly that. You could tell that in the Florida A&M game, and they looked good in that first half. They were up 14-0. I mean, I had to wonder. I was like, that's going to be trouble now in the first game. They looked that good. But I think that's the key that East Carolina defensively is going to look at and say, hey, we gotta stop the run first in this game, and I think they will.
Yeah, and if they do, and you get them into a 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, then that's what happens. Yeah. I think we
and the crowd gets involved, and
Also, a counterpoint on them not getting sacks last year. How much of that do you think it was? Teams were just running the ball more in the second half because they were beating them by so much. Because last year they didn't win many games.
Yeah,
so.
I disagree with that because there was a lot of close games.
We had
a lot of close games, and it was really, and even some of the higher scoring games. I remember the UTSA game was high scoring, and you think, how did East Carolina play in a high scoring game? But I think that may have been the high water mark for the season last year.
Also, UTSA's defense wasn't very good.
Right,
they were a high paced team.
But hey, but that offense last year, you didn't have to be good defensively to stop them.
No.
Yeah, I mean, last year you were in, and I got tired of Mike Houston saying it, but he was right. You're in these games.
Oh, yeah.
If you could move the ball 15 or 20 yards, it would have helped. But
I still always think back to Annapolis, a place that I love going to. It's great to see the middies, and they march out and everything, all the pomp and circumstance and everything, and the Pirates fall in that game 10-0. I mean, how did that happen?
Absolutely brutal. Brutal.
But it's a new day.
That it is. And we're going to put some points on the board this year, folks.
Yes, the Pirates are.
If not, tune into the 5th quarter because it's going to be interesting. We got Holt and Caden Norman joining us this year.
And what a great spot you guys put together because that was absolutely classic.
Where Holton
when
comes
Holt
in.
walks in, that was absolutely classic.
I was a little nervous because I had the idea. And I didn't tell Holt what we were doing. I was like, are you okay with self-deprecating humor? And he said, to a certain degree. Yeah. And I was like, all right. But anyway, we had a classic call. And I had to, speaking of Navy, I was like, you know what? I bet I could find an angry call about Holton after he threw that interception against Navy here. And sure enough did. So anyway, Holton's a good sport. He did more good than bad here. So he's okay with making fun of himself a little bit.
But that was a good spot.
Yeah.
Very well done.
Thank you. And we'll be hearing from the callers tonight, and we'll get our first taste of how people feel about Jake Garcia.
Yeah. And hopefully we'll see Caden Hauser in the 4th quarter up 40. So.
And let's go and see Jeter as well.
That would be great if you're that far ahead.
And maybe
put them all in.
James Moore.
Yeah.
The worst college football player ever.
But what's the temperature? Is it in the right spots?
Good question. Good reference there. Bailey has no idea what we're talking about because he's not a Pirate Radio Live listener. That's not true.
I work in the afternoon, yeah.
That's not true. He is. All right. Georgia goes right back down the field, Bailey, and puts up a touchdown. So Clemson settles for 3. Georgia takes 7.
And Clemson's in no position to trade points like that.
No, not at all. It is 20-3.
That's the look right there. That poor fella's just like he's mad at somebody.
That young man wore his orange to Atlanta today.
He did,
and is not happy about what's going on. All right, Vandy still up 20-10 on Virginia Tech. Earl, what's going on? Are they still delayed in Morgantown?
They're still weather delayed in Morgantown.
Okay. 3:30 slate, not great as far as matchups outside of Miami and Florida.
Yeah.
We'll get to Earl and what he's looking at for the windows. And then tonight, you got Notre Dame, Texas A&M. I don't love that they have this one on at noon, Bailey, the Clemson, Georgia. Wish that one was a little later, but anyway, that's how the games spread out on this Saturday. LSU USC
that's
should be
good
fun
tomorrow.
Coming up on Sunday. Standalone Sunday night college football game will be fun.
That'll be nice.
To
that's
check
a
out.
fun one there. That's going to be a high scoring back and forth game, I think.
Lincoln, we saw Garrett a little while ago on the sideline for Clemson.
Bailey, we're going to let you scoot out of here in a moment. What are you up to this game day for the rest of the day?
We don't have some of the assignments that we've had in the past. Basically, I keep up with some of the information and some of the drives and that kind of thing because we tape Coach Houston's show as soon as the game is over. Coach Houston speaks to the team, and he goes and talks to the media, then he comes to his office, and that's where we do his coach's show. We go ahead and tape it.
So after the final whistle sounds, what, maybe 30 minutes?
Probably, yeah.
You're doing the show.
Yeah, and we've already got it segmented where we know the first segment is the open, the second segment is the first half, the third segment is the second half. We do a Pirate profile. This time it's Jake Garcia. We've already got that. Brian Meador has already edited it and got it all ready to go. It's in the can. And then we do a look ahead. So we'll talk a little bit about Old Dominion, although obviously they don't know a whole lot about it because they put everything in the Norfolk State, and then they go to game 2 after that. So it's kind of segmented like that. It's really fun to go in depth in the games. Now I can be honest with you. Last year wasn't all that fun going in depth, but what was neat about it, and I've told Coach Houston this, is just seeing the raw emotion. I mean, I know fans get mad and they're like, ready to fire everybody in the world if something bad happens, but just to see how much work and effort that they put in these things, and when things don't go right, and trying to fix it and trying to figure out what they're going to do the next week. And it's always been a privilege since I've been traveling with the team, so that's always something I look forward to as well.
Any Brian Bailey on the sidelines with a mic this year?
No, we're not doing any of that this year. I think the problem with that was the microphone crapped out on us a couple of times, and I think they decided to do something different. So I wish we could. I kind of enjoyed that after I got used to it. But now we're not doing any of that. There may be something that comes up down the line that we do, but right now we're not scheduled to do anything.
Looking forward to the 1999 team being honored,
and then we may do something that game.
Yeah,
we might end up doing something with that one. But it's just exciting to be there for game day and just get a chance to do what we do. I mean, I was pulling up and I was thinking about, man, what a difference a fall makes. Man, this time last year personally, I was in all kinds of.
Oh yeah.
I was just one big question mark, you know. But we've got everything worked out personally, and everything's going well there. So
good.
Just looking forward to the football season, man. It's going to be great.
Good to hear. Good to hear, BB. All right, man. We'll let you run out and go enjoy the game day.
We're heading that way.
Stop by the Pirate Radio tailgate.
We'll be there. That'll be fun.
Good deal.
All right.
BB joining us to kick off the show. We'll talk to you via phone next week. You'll be at your old stomping grounds up in Norfolk.
Old Dominion. Yeah.
By the way,
these first 2 games are basically schools I went to. Yeah.
Did you put together the schedule?
No, but Coach Houston, I told Coach Houston, because I know you didn't get in Liberty.
That is true. I know your lifestyle. You certainly did.
Yeah, I didn't get in Liberty.
ODU and South Carolina tonight, right, Earl? In Columbia. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Okay.
During the post game. All right, we'll take a break. Come back. More to go. Pirate Radio Live will come up on Monday, but this is the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
See what I did there?
Papa John's Pirate Preview later on, right?
That is true.
Yeah.
That'll be a part of our show for another year as well.
Yes. We're back.
Yep. David Glenn will join us. We'll hear a little bit from Mike Houston as well, and keep an eye on what's going on around the country in these football games. Yes. I love the 2 TVs.
It's a great day, isn't it? You got TVs all over the place.
We can get one more over there. I'll just be on a
call Ellerby and get him one right there.
Be on a swivel here. We'll take a break, come back, have more for you. We'll check in with the chat gang as well. Glad to have you a part of the show, and we're back with you after this.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. Go Pirates! Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
Hey folks, Kyle Gaines here from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. We have a huge selection of Jeep Wranglers and Gladiators. We have the biggest savings of all new vehicles in Eastern North Carolina. On top of that, no payment for 90 days. That's right, no payment for 90 days on new Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram vehicles.
This just in, 0% on Jeep Wrangler and Grand Wagoneer.
Don't forget, we also have the largest pre-owned vehicle selection in Beaufort County. Budget-friendly vehicles from $5,000 and up. So remember, drive a little, save a lot.
Did you know that GUC's electric rates are the lowest in Pitt County? GUC's average residential electric bill using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month with load management is $21 lower than the investor-owned utilities and $34 lower than the local co-ops. In fact, GUC's average electric bills are still $10 lower than they were 10 years ago. Low rates with high reliability. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
There's a special deal at US Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, Barbershop Quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
This is Alex Harper, the current long snapper of the East Carolina Pirates, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's get you caught up on some of the games going on right now in the late third quarter. As a matter of fact, the third quarter just ended, so they're heading into the fourth quarter right now. Louisville cruising over Austin Peay 52-0. The big news there is Austin Peay's quarterback, former ECU quarterback Mason Garcia, was injured and carted off the field. We don't have an update on that, but we will pass that information along to you as soon as we know that. Navy is leading Bucknell 35-7. It is 14th ranked Clemson trailing Georgia 20-3. Virginia Tech just kicked a field goal. They are now within 7 of Vanderbilt. 20-13 is that score. Iowa leads Illinois State 19-0, and Oklahoma State has an early 3-0 lead over South Dakota State. And that is a look at your Buccaneer, or your scoreboard rather, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. And let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All righty, back with you here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. I keep wanting to say Pirate Radio Live, but I'm not going to say that. We're getting, everybody has to get out the rust during week 1 of the season. That's no different from us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
Oh, yeah, because it's almost, you think that and for the most part, it's muscle memory.
Yes.
We know how to do this, but every now and then it'll trip you up, and you're just like, okay, wait. I'm supposed to say a line here. I just forgot what it was.
What's the line?
What's my line? What's my motivation?
Here's a line for you. How about the Orthopedics East Injury Report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online orthoeast.com. We do not receive an injury report for the team anymore, so we have to kind of ask around, and if the coaches want to tell us the information, we'll have it. If not, we'll have to get it from other places. But we do know that Chase Sowell is not going to play today. Hearing they hope to have him back for Norfolk State. So with that in mind, a question for the folks on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. What Pirate will have the most catches today? What Pirate will have the most yards today? That is something I'm curious about. Who are the weapons on this team? Will it be a newcomer, Anthony Smith, or Winston Wright? Will it be Jari Patterson, who a couple of names we heard a lot this offseason, Jari Patterson, Brock Spalding. Will it be one of those guys? Could it be a tight end, Casey Kelly? I'm going to go Winston Wright, and he is one of the few players and newcomers that I have never talked to on this East Carolina team. So I'm kind of calling him the silent assassin. Even when talking to him at Media Day, he was kind of short on words, and we talked about video games, and Anthony Smith said, yeah, it's cool to be in the talked about his ratings in the college football game. Winston Wright said, yeah, not really into that. I make the main thing. So I like his focus. I like his kind of quiet demeanor, and he's going to do his talking on the field. So I'm going to go Winston Wright. Looks good in his Pirate debut today. Jonathan says Wright with the most catches, Smith with the most yards. So he's got both newcomers making an impact here week one. Matt says Kelly, I hope. Casey Kelly, the new tight end. Steve going with Anthony Smith, catches and yards. Also, thank you, Steve, for dropping off the game day treats. Dropped off some cookies and donuts if anybody wants one. Thank you very much, Steve, for that. We appreciate it. We're going to talk to David Glenn here in just a moment and look around what's going on in the college football world. But glad to have you a part. Another year of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Derek, Tyler, Joey, what's up? Jamie, I believe we're going to see Jamie live and in person later today. Come pick up his Alex Harper Schnappa shirt. So we'll see Jamie in the Pirate Radio studios, and we'll get a score prediction from Jamie live on the air. He comments so much. I think he's earned at least 2 minutes live on the air with us here in studio on Pirate Radio. Austin is in. Shirley's arch nemesis says, boy, it's good to hear Shirley read those scores again. It sure is good to be back in football season. So Austin is going to start the season off with a compliment. Hopefully it continues that way, Shirley, and your feud will be ended, at least for a little while. Ralph is so excited to wake up today. Game day, let's go. Chad is listening to the pregame show and watching Bash in Berlin, a little WWE activity. Shane is in. Eric M is in with a bunch of Alex Harper jokes. So thank you for that, Eric. Jeffrey's in the house. Glad to have all y'all as part of our chat gang. And to those listening at your tailgates right now, here's another question for you. What's on the tailgate menu for you today? Chicken Salad Chick is our tailgate menu, and had an awesome buffalo chicken salad BLT that was really, really good to get me going on this show today. Shirley, did you get mac and cheese as well? Oh, you're on the phone.
Yes, that's what I ordered, mac and cheese
that
and fruit.
That is in the back?
And, yeah, I haven't had a chance to get back there, but I'm going to try.
Yes, at some point you will be enjoying the awesome food from Chicken Salad Chick. Right now, we are going to enjoy talking to our buddy David Glenn, who will join us here on not the Pirate Radio live line, folks, because we have a brand new live line. The Big Rock Power Sports live line. 4 locations in Eastern North Carolina. Big Rock Power Sports has everything you need to conquer the outdoors. If you're in the market for an ATV, side-by-side, motorcycle, personal watercraft, or boat, make Big Rock Power Sports Marine your next stop. Big Rock Power Sports. Choose your adventure. We head out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line and talk to David Glenn, who joins us here to kick off the football season. DG, great to talk with you. Great to have football back. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Clip. Always fun to be with you and back on Pirate Radio.
Yes, sir. And boy, things got rolling early for the ACC this year. And heck, I was thinking about Thursday night, but even week 0, a monster result there with Georgia Tech knocking off Florida State. That's one way to get this new wacky ACC season started, right, David?
Yeah, that was a big deal. You know, Florida State was the media's pick to win the ACC, but Georgia Tech's a good team. You know, they've had their coach Brent Key for a few years now. He's a former Georgia Tech offensive lineman. He's tried to build that team in that identity. And you saw Florida State last year, man, when they were 12-0 before being left out of the playoff. I didn't see anybody beat the Seminoles at the line of scrimmage. Georgia Tech over in Dublin, Ireland, beat the Seminoles at the line of scrimmage. The Yellow Jackets were simply the tougher in the trenches team when Tech had the ball. And that made the quarterback Haynes King his job a lot easier. They have a great running back at Georgia Tech, Jamal Haynes. Nobody was spectacular at the skill positions for Georgia Tech. But if you win the battle of the trenches, you have a chance to beat anybody. And Georgia Tech, I think, is going to be a very good team. And right now, Florida State, of course, is picking up the pieces after losing that opener and just hoping in a year with the 12-team playoff that they have enough time to build that sort of resume.
David, it's crazy. Teams still waiting to kick off week 1, and we've already had such big storylines in the ACC. The Florida State loss to Georgia Tech was huge, not only in the ACC, but even nationally. And then you had Thursday night, North Carolina. Man, they go on the road. They beat a Big Ten team, missed field goal at the end by Minnesota. So Mac Brown and company escaped with a 19-17 win, but at a cost. The quarterback for North Carolina out. So some more huge news there.
Yeah, that was a big deal because I know Mac Brown, the Hall of Fame coach, purposely kept everybody guessing about who was going to play quarterback. I believe that they knew all along that it was going to be the Texas A&M transfer, Max Johnson. And now that he's out for the season, they have to rely on a guy who wasn't great in their bowl game last year after Drake May opted out for obvious NFL-related reasons. Remember, Mac Brown's the same guy who let it go down to the wire before he announced that Drake May was the starter a few years ago.
Yeah.
Obviously, they knew that answer internally. And there's a competitive advantage to not telling your opponent what's coming, obviously, especially because Connor Harrell's more of a runner and Max Johnson's more of a passer. So, but it's a big deal in the sense that Harrell has not yet proven that he can be a reliable passer at this level. And when you're heading into game 2 without your number one quarterback for the rest of the season, as much as that's a nice win at Minnesota, I mean, there aren't many schools that are going to win Power 4, I guess you call it now, road games in their season openers. The Tar Heels deserve credit for that, and their defense played well. But this is a big wrench thrown into the works for Carolina because Connor Harrell has a long way to go to even become an average ACC quarterback.
David Glenn joining us as we kind of go through the ACC before we get to East Carolina. And Chandler had a question yesterday, David. He said, hey, if you were hosting the Wolfpack Radio postgame show, how do you think those calls would have been on Thursday night? Now, State did dominate the fourth quarter, but things were a little hairy there against the Catamounts. And, of course, DG, we've watched it long enough to know that if by week 12 you've won 8, 9, 10 games, you forget what that score was or how that game was against Western Carolina. But I don't know. What is the pulse of the Pac Nation coming off the 38-21 win Thursday?
Well, they were restless because, keep in mind, Western Carolina has never in its program history beaten an FBS opponent. And that game was Catamounts 21, Wolfpack 17, early in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, I know it ended up 38-21, but Grayson McCall, the transfer quarterback for the Wolfpack from Coastal Carolina, just had an up-and-down day. His final numbers were pretty good, 300-plus passing yards, 3 touchdown passes. He did have 1 interception, but he was just not sharp at times, and that was a concern because even though he was the 3-time Sun Belt Player of the Year, his only mediocre year at Coastal was last year. And that's an unusual career journey, but that's why there were some fair questions around him, even as a 3-time Conference Player of the Year. So that was a little bit rocky it just took a while for the Wolfpack to get things going. But they've got Casey Concepcion, one of the most electric skill players in this league at wide receiver. They have the Duke transfer, Jordan Waters, who went over 100 yards rushing in that game. And actually, Western Carolina is a top 25 FCS opponent. So it's not your typical cupcake, I'll say, in week one. So more good than bad for the Wolfpack, but the details was what had, even those victorious fans, many of them were complaining about the details even after a 17-point win.
DG, David Glenn joining us, Bud Light pregame tailgate. David, the newcomers, boy, shaky start for SMU, but they do win over Nevada on week 0, 29-24. Last night, Stanford losing to TCU 34-27. Games coming up later today, and just one we'll highlight here. I don't know if there's been a game where I've gone back and forth more than Miami and Florida, because I'm scared to take either one of them. I'm also scared to bet against the talent of Miami, and I'm scared to bet against the Swamp. So I'm very confused about this one. It's a tight spread. It's as I said earlier in the week, a great uniform matchup, a great atmosphere. I'm really looking forward to this one at 3:30. David, I just don't know who to pick. So can you help me with that?
Yeah. I don't think I can, because I view this as a back away from the betting window game.
Yeah.
For exactly the reasons that you just described. I mean, Cam Ward is the preseason ACC Player of the Year. He's a Washington State transfer at quarterback for the Miami Hurricanes. And yet, the guy had a losing record at Washington State as a starter. and that's he put up huge numbers, but that's kind of a pass-happy league. Is he really going to be that good? Can he go to the Swamp and lead the Hurricanes win as a new guy who's, to a degree still getting to know his teammates? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, I'll put it this way. Miami's talent level, Clip, is on the top tier of the ACC this year. I mean, I know Florida State lost. They're still talented. I know Clemson's getting killed by Georgia right now. The Tigers are still plenty talented. Miami is one of the only other teams that has that many athletes out there. And I mean on both sides of the ball, but we've been saying for the Miami Hurricanes literally for 20 years as an ACC member, maybe this is the year they break through. So there have been a whole lot of disappointments along the way, but I do believe they're more talented than Florida. They just have to show it, in a difficult environment, on the road, in the SEC. They have the dudes to do it, but they have to go out there and show it this afternoon.
DG, David Glenn joining us. As he mentioned, Georgia taking it to Clemson right now. Another touchdown for the Dogs. It is 27-3, 9:57 left to go in the ball game there. So that one is just about wrapped up. I'll tell you what isn't wrapped up. That's the game going on in Nashville right now, because Virginia Tech has just scored, kicked the extra point. We are tied. But the Hokies got down 17-0, DG, but they have fought their way back to tie this thing up.
Yeah, that one was an eye-opening score a little bit earlier today. Kyron Drones is a really talented dual-threat QB for the Hokies. And Brent Pry, a lot of folks were picking the Hokies as a dark horse this year, in part because of Drones, in part because they're just well-rounded offense, defense, special teams. It's taken a while, but as you said, it looks like it's going to go down to the wire. The Hokies are a great example of the middle of the ACC this year. They're good enough on a given day to post a quality win, but I just don't see a lot of dominant teams in the ACC right now. A lot of the best teams have question marks at quarterback, like a Clemson with Cade Klubnik, even a Florida State with DJ Uiagalelei. I mean, those guys have been really good at times, but not very good at other times. We mentioned Cam Ward at Miami as well. Some of these schools that have really good quarterbacks aren't quite as dominant with the rest of their depth chart. So what does that mean? I think it's going to mean a lot of unpredictability in this league, but it certainly would not look good for the ACC if Clemson continues to get trounced by Georgia and somehow Virginia Tech loses to Vandy of the SEC and somehow the Hurricanes lose to Florida of the SEC, all in the same day. That would create a narrative that would be hard for the ACC to overcome, as we've seen in some past years. Whereas a year ago, the ACC had a 7-5 head-to-head record against the SEC, but it didn't seem the ACC got that kind of credit. They'll get the blame. I can promise you that if they went 0-3 in those games we just mentioned.
DG David Glenn joining us. David, we now go on to what's happening in our backyard here at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium coming up 6 o'clock, East Carolina and Norfolk State. We've already got a look at the Spartans. They had a classic with Florida A&M week 0 and decided to go for 2 at the end of that game, try to get the win. They don't get it, so they lose by 1 to the Rattlers. And from the ECU perspective, David, I've continued to say this. Mike Houston won the offseason somehow after a 2-win year last year, but the offensive overhaul, bringing in new offensive talent, did really all he could, I think, to try to get back in the good graces of fans. And now they got to go out and do it on the field, obviously, David. But we are all anxious to see what happens with the new quarterback, Jake Garcia, with the new offensive coordinator, John David Baker. The thought is the defense is going to be there again, just like it was last year. Do the Pirates have enough offense to win 6, 7, 8 games? What's your take on what ECU did this offseason, David, and how that translates here to week 1?
Yeah, I think my overview starting point does start where you just mentioned. I mean, I thought it was intriguing that Mike Houston in the preseason said that he thinks this year's defense can be even better than last year's defense, which your audience would know, even in a horrible season, it wasn't the Pirates' defense fault most of the time. I mean, that was actually a pretty good defense that just got was complicated because of lousy field position that the offense typically left them. But I think Deontay Johnson and Chad Stevens on the line, Elijah Morris as well is a really good player. The guy in the secondary, I always mispronounce his name, Savone Revel.
Yes, no longer Siobhan, he is Savone.
Savone Revel. He's the real deal. And there are others on that side of the ball. I think the guy who's returned as the starting linebacker, Mike Edwards, is a really good player. So that's a great foundation. And even though Julius Wood and others have moved on, Wood to the NFL, obviously, that has to be your foundation for success. Offensively, I love a running back like Rajay Harris, but you brought up Jake Garcia, and that is the question of the year for the Pirates. I saw him as a Miami Hurricane. He was incredibly highly recruited in high school, but he did attend 5 different high schools in 4 years. And then he spends his time at Miami. Eli Drinkwitz at Missouri is intrigued by him, signs him. The first and second Missouri quarterback were actually hurt when Jake Garcia got there. He goes through spring practice as the guy, in part because of injury. But by the time the season rolled around last year, he was third string. So which is it? Is it the incredibly promising talent that 3 different schools have seen now, or is it a guy who had opportunities at Miami and Missouri but couldn't work his way to the top of the depth chart? You know, we'll see. This week we'll only learn a little bit because of the caliber of the opponent. But soon after that, I think we'll have a much better idea of whether the Pirates have taken that huge step that they need on the offensive side of the ball.
I'm with you, David. There are things I'm looking for in tonight's game, but, man, one way or the other, it's not going to define what this team is in 2024. That's going to come around next week in Norfolk against Old Dominion, or the following week against App State, or the following week at Liberty. We'll find out soon. And another thing, the biggest thing that intrigues me about ECU and this college football season as a whole, David, I'm going to be doing a ton of scoreboard watching. Who is that group of 5 team that is going to be the highest ranked champion at the end of this thing and punch their ticket to the college football playoff? It is something that we've never seen before in college football, the access that the East Carolinas have now. So it makes every game that much more important and more interesting, to be honest with you.
I'm with you. And not only nationally is it more interesting, there's going to be more teams who matter later in the season with this format than, let's say, a year ago on November 1st. We might have known there were only 8 or 9 schools that had a shot at those final 4 spots. Now there might be 20 or more schools that still have a chance to get one of those 12 slots. And I think it's specifically intriguing in our state because when you put aside the Pac-12, obviously, which has imploded, the 2 best leagues a year ago, after the Power 4, if we want to call them that, were the American and the Sun Belt, in whatever order you want to put them in. Well, App State, obviously, is one of the best programs in the Sun Belt. So the Mountaineers fans in the western part of our state are dreaming of a a dream season where they win the Sun Belt title, and then they're in the first year of this expanded playoff. I know coming off of 2-10, it would be weird to say the same kind of thing about ECU, but in the longer run, now that SMU has left the league for the ACC, now that some other teams that won that league previously, UCF was a champion of that league. Cincinnati was a champion of that league. Houston was a champion of that league. They're all, they left previously for the Big 12, obviously. The door is open for somebody to, in the longer run, maybe ECU, again, not this year, but in the longer run, become the best program in this newfangled American Athletic Conference. And if you're the best program, there's going to be some years that you break through and you're a part of this new playoff. So it's exciting for the whole country, but I think it's particularly exciting for App State and ECU fans in the long run.
David Glenn joining us, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. DG, great to hear your voice and great to hear it week one on a game day. Let's chat again next week and talk more football with you. Thank you so much. And for folks that want to hear more from you and the awesome stuff you're doing, DG, how can they do that?
Yeah, thanks, Clip. The place to start is our website. I run the North Carolina Sports Network now, so ncsportsnetwork.com is the domain name to remember. We have literally the word watch. If you click it, it takes you right to my YouTube channel, which now has 16,000 plus subscribers, thanks to, in part, your audience. If you click listen, it takes you to our on-demand audio and my David Glenn Show podcast. If you click read, it takes you to all my articles and those of my staff. So that's the website to remember, ncsportsnetwork.com.
Great stuff, David. Thank you, and we'll do it again soon, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Clip. Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. Enjoy your game day. There is David Glenn joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Hour one in the books. We'll take a break, come back. Let's make some more picks. I love making picks. We'll talk to Danny Beal. He is our Pirate Picker this week. Also, we'll hear from Jeff Nadeau coming up in hour number 2. And we'll check in with Holt Nailers, who will be part of our U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show all season long. We'll have all that and more coming up. Hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on. And I don't know how bad Clemson is. I think I'm going to give them a pass because Georgia is in another stratosphere. The plays they are making on the field right now, incredible. And the number one dogs putting it on Clemson 27-3. And they are driving just outside of the red zone. We'll take a break, come back hour 2 after this.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is your What's New update brought to you by Greenville Auto World. What's new? Greenville Auto World has new owners and is part of the DriveHereNow.com team of dealerships. New owner Tommy Cook and his team have 4 dealerships with a fully stocked inventory, over 200 SUVs, trucks, cars, and over 50 lenders, and has financing for anybody. Get shopping today at DriveHereNow.com. Greenville Auto World, Highway 43 at Bells Fork across from Speedway. Pirates supporting pirates.
Hi, I'm Walker Allen Volova, and I'm with CopyPro. CopyPro has been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology. Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total satisfaction is our #1 priority. We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net. CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, it's Caleb with Stroud's Marine. Boating season is here, and at Stroud's Marine we are stocked up with over 20,000 pre-owned parts. We've got everything you need from propellers, lower units, trim units, electrical and fuel parts, and just about anything else you need for an outboard. Speaking of outboards, we will buy your old ones. And as always, our mission is to save you money and get you back out on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Jeff Gibson with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Chris Barsani from Orthopedic Season Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injuries or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedic Seats provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Want to make your day better? Order a Papa John's pizza. Get an extra large, one-topping New York-style pizza for only $10.99. Made into 8 foldable slices, perfect for sharing or not. See, things just got better, and you get to eat pizza. Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join the over 81,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right. My noon window has been saved thanks to Kirby Smart, but really thanks to one man. And that man is a tall, lanky, former Pirate Radio intern named Atticus. And I just want to hit this real quick. This is from yesterday's show as Atticus and Brett were going back and forth. What's up, Atticus? Here is Atticus before he hung up with his lock of Saturday.
Atticus, hey, before you go, Atticus, your locks for the weekend.
Oh, dude, I texted this to Clip. Clip has several children who he could pay their college tuition off if he takes the Georgia spread. Georgia's going to win. Georgia might win by 30 points tomorrow.
All right, okay. There's the lock.
Dabo is a complete has-been. He is washed. He's a grifter. He is the fax machine of college football coaches. He's antiquated. He refuses to adapt. He's a bum.
Georgia, I'm taking it.
Atticus, you're wrong. They're not going to win by 30. They're up by 31. 34-3 is the score now. That looks like an interception. Nope, it's an incomplete pass. 4:29 left to go. Atticus, thank you for sending Lily to college with your call yesterday on Pirate Radio Live. All right, we'll get some Earl picks in. We'll get some Nadeau picks, but right now, let's hear from our buddy DB. Each and every week here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, we are going to have a Pirate picker on, and for week 1, figured we'd check in with the former Pirate reliever, Danny Beal, get his thoughts on East Carolina, Norfolk State, and some of the action, other action going on today in college football. Here is me and DB.
Clip Rock here, Danny Beal here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, getting you ready for kickoff. East Carolina and Norfolk State. DB as our Pirate picker this week. What's up, Danny?
Let's go. I'm so excited, dude. Pirates playing football today. Let's go.
We talked to you earlier this week and ran over some games that are being played right now, already been played. Let's talk about what's coming up later this afternoon, starting with my runner-up for game of the week. We talked earlier in the show, in the week on the show, what game are you looking forward to the most outside of East Carolina, Norfolk State? My runner-up, well, my pick was LSU USC. We'll talk about that in a moment.
Right.
My runner-up was Miami, Florida. Not necessarily because they're great teams, but there's going to be some fights.
Of course.
The uniform colors are just beautiful in the eyes. The swamp, like all that.
Color rush, always short.
Color rush. I'm fired up for this one. Should be fun, and it's a very important game. Maybe more so for Miami than Florida. Florida has the toughest schedule in all of college football this year.
It's unreal.
They can get off on the right foot by beating Miami. This feels like a big game, though, for Miami. If they want to be a factor, they need to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, you think they got Cam Ward from Washington State, so that's obviously a big plus to them. But personally, I just don't think Mario Cristobal is a good coach. I mean, you've seen what's happened in the last.
We have evidence.
Yeah, I mean, the proof is in the pudding. But with obviously you have Billy Napier. It's relatively a do or die season for him. I think both coaches essentially are on the hot seat, and in-state games are obviously incredibly important. But I think with Cristobal, it being week 1, they have Graham Mertz. He's 4-1 as a home dog. I think the fact is it's an SEC team at home. They've got a lot to prove. Nothing really necessarily to lose because it's a ranked team. It's an in-state rival. You want to prove yourself, but at the same time, it's like if you lose, yeah, well, you lost at home when nobody really had high expectations for you with a crazy record. But at the same time, I think Florida comes out and plays their tail off, and I think they win this ballgame.
All right, looking forward to that one coming up. Also later on, you've got Old Dominion at South Carolina. We'll be paying attention to the Monarchs because that is East Carolina's next opponent. Shane Beamer kind of in an interesting spot there in Columbia. He's been loved. Can he get it done? So I don't know about the Gamecocks this year, but how about their opener against ODU?
I've been up and down on Shane as well. I remember when we played them, I think it was week 1 in his first year here a couple years ago in Dowdy, and that was a great game, and it came down to the wire. But I think the year after Spencer Rattler, it gets interesting. They've got a good quarterback in Lenore Sellers, but at the same time, I just think it's week 1. The crowd is going to be bananas. It's going to be hot. It's the first couple weeks back at school. ODU is 96th in returning production, and their offensive line is really, 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 really bad. So I just think that they're just going to, the defense is going to be out of the world. I mean, they're going to be rushing the quarterback. They're going to stop the run, and I think South Carolina's going to score 40 points and win by a lot.
All right. We'll add a little ODU scouting report there for next week. Good stuff, DB. We'll check in with Coach Hud, Greg Hudson, later on in the show, live at College Station.
Let's go.
He'll be watching Notre Dame and Texas A&M tonight under the lights. Obviously a big one for both of these teams. Mike Elko, game 1, facing his former QB, Riley Leonard.
That's right.
Interesting factor there. What do you think about this matchup?
It's so tough. I mean, I think with it being a night game, it's prime time. The crowd's going to be nuts. It's the biggest stadium, and I think next to the big house in all college football. But I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic of Riley Leonard facing his old coaching staff because Mike Elko took everybody to A&M. So he's going to be motivated to prove everybody wrong, and I think Marcus Freeman's a good coach, which is apparently a hot take these days.
It is.
But obviously Mike Elko's coaching staff knows everything about Riley Leonard, but I think him being in a new system, a system that's good in Notre Dame, I think it'll be close. I mean, Notre Dame's got 2 stud defensive tackles, which I think will be interesting just to see against an SEC offensive line, which they don't get to face very often, but A&M was 94th in pass blocking last year, and they returned 3 of those starters. So at the same time, it's like, yeah, they're older, they're more experienced, but at the same time, are they good? Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. But I think Riley Leonard being against his old team, he'll be motivated, and I think it'll be a close game. I think A&M pulls it out, but I think betting-wise, I think Notre Dame covers.
We're talking about it with Coach Mack that, like, nowadays you can't you almost can't say, all right, Elko's going to build something. Give him a couple years, he'll build it. Now you have to do it like immediately.
And
like,
with the transfer portal, you're expected to do it immediately with all the money you're.
But I do think they can win early on.
Absolutely,
with those players and with Elko.
No, I agree.
All right. Also coming up tonight, James Madison at Charlotte. Do you trust Biff Poggi when he says like half his team isn't playing? You never know with that guy. Interested in this matchup though because we see Charlotte later on, and is James Madison one of those group of 5 teams that could get into the discussion of making the playoffs this year?
I think Biff is so funny, dude. Like just the outfits and the stuff he wears. I don't know. I mean, James Madison lost their coach and a bunch of their key players to Indiana, which is where they're at now. They're home or they're away favorites. Do you actually believe? I mean, I don't think he's lying necessarily, but like, do you think he's?
There's a reason he's telling us all this stuff.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. I think with.
I admit he got in my head.
Yeah,
Biff is running
backstrokes in all of our heads right now. But I mean, at the same time, you got to take it for what it's worth. So with him saying that their starters are out, the spread went from a 6-point away favorite to now 9 points or something like that, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, James Madison has always been good. They've gotten key transfers on offense. Do you think that, they would take care of business? But at the same time, it's Biff. You never know what happens with Biff.
Biff ran the lineup so Charlotte fans could take Charlotte. Like he's
outthinking the outthinkers. I think James Madison wins, but don't be surprised if it's close.
I want to take Charlotte now for some reason. I don't know what Biff's doing to me. Cannot wait for Sunday, LSU at USC. Just because of the potential for points. Who's going to get a stop here?
Literally.
That is the question. Coach Mack, we tried to find an edge. We went coach versus coach, quarterback versus quarterback, awful defense versus awful defense. And he said, hey, just take the over. Forget
exactly.
talking about the game. But do you have a side here, Dan?
I don't know.
I'm going to make you pick one.
I know.
So who would you pick?
That's why I'm here. I think LSU wins, but USC covers. I think it's like a field goal kind of game.
Yeah.
I think there will be it'll be 43-40 or 45-42.
Or like a touchdown and they go for 2 and either get it or don't type of game.
And those Sunday games the past few years have been really, really good games. Like they've always been super close. They've came down to the wire. USC got rid of their defensive coordinator. They couldn't tackle at the end of last year. New coach, new players through the transfer portal. LSU got a new DC as well from Missouri. They have the same players though. So you think same players, bad defense, as opposed to new coach, new players, old bad defense. You think, all right, well, USC's got to be somewhat better. So I think USC in that realm makes it close. I mean, Miller Moss is a good QB that after Caleb Williams sat out last year in the bowl game, he played really well. Nussmeier is experienced at LSU, so I think it's close. I think there's a lot of points. LSU has 2 first-round offensive linemen. A lot of points. That's. I think LSU wins. USC makes it close, but a lot of points.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
And Boston College, Florida State's on the list only because it's a standalone game. And I am a little interested to see the atmosphere in Tallahassee coming off a loss to Georgia Tech.
If it is close, it is going to be loud in there, and not in a good way.
Right.
I love, obviously, everybody knows I'm a Patriots fan, so I love Bill O'Brien. But I think Florida State figures it out. I think it's kind of the same thing with the East Carolina game. I think it's close-ish in the first half, like a 7-10, 13-point lead, and then I think Florida State wakes up at halftime and just blow. I think they win by probably 3 touchdowns.
They better, or DJU might want to transfer mid-season or something.
Man, it just
you remember? Was it I think the Patriots were playing the Redskins when Bill O'Brien and Tom Brady had an epic shouting match on the sidelines.
That's where he got the nickname Teapot. Bill O'Brien did, because he would just boil up, and then just explode, and it would just be a huge spat on the sideline.
That was awesome.
Bill O'Brien's awesome.
All right, DB, your final thoughts on Norfolk State, East Carolina. That 33.5 is a big number. Can the Pirates get there?
It is daunting, but just seeing the way the people are, the crowd's going to be. It's exciting to have football back. It's going to be great weather. It's going to be a good day for the Pirates. I think they end up covering. I think they win by a few touchdowns. I don't be surprised if it's close, but at the end of the day, guys are going to be juiced up. Norfolk State's going to be ready to play, coming off a tough loss in the first week. I think the Pirates show out on offense, and most importantly, shut them down on defense. And JDB and Coach Houston and Jake Garcia get a great Week 1 win.
Danny, enjoy the game. Enjoy your game day Saturday. And I got to admit, this is a lot of fun. Let's do it again more often.
Let's do it.
All right. Danny Beal joining us, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, our Pirate picker this week. Clip Brock here. Danny Beal here on the Bud Light
but apparently we are. So I tell you what, let's take a break and try to figure out what's going on there. We will come back and have more for you. Nate Dew will be calling in around 3:30. And we'll have more for you, Pirate Radio Live. Psych, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Now I'm confused. Back with you after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. This season, Bud Light has a new limited edition purple and gold ECU bottle on sale now. Cheers to football fun at the tailgate and in the stadium this year. And remember, always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Go Pirates!
There is road work outside, but plenty of food and fun inside at Fish Street Hardware in downtown Greenville. Park right across the street and make your way in for a great lunch today or drinks with friends. There are over 40 beers on tap and plenty of new specialty cocktails to choose from. Don't forget about Singo on Tuesdays, trivia with DJ Captain Morgan on Wednesdays, local artist live music on Thursdays, and the best Sunday brunch starting at 10:30 a.m. Be sure to follow Fish Street Hardware on Facebook and Instagram for all the 411. Go Pirates!
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving away ECU football tickets. Stop in and register to win and purchase the vehicle of your dreams. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Save Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Hey Pirate Nation, Dank Burrito is coming to Greenville. Everyone loves a good burrito, but they're always the same basic flavors. Basic is boring. Dank Burrito is not your basic burrito joint. We use global flavors and fresh to death ingredients to make new kinds of burritos, bowls, and tacos you never knew you'd love so much. Dank Burrito is the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, and we're opening soon on 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Check us out at dankburrito.com or on Facebook. Go Pirates!
Talk radio.
From the depths of space.
The center.
Outer space mumbo jumbo.
Of the talk universe.
The center of what?
Pirate Radio.
We have prepared a planet with a suitable atmosphere.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. As mentioned earlier, Georgia just walloped Clemson 34-3. Just saw this stat to consider. clip that Dabo Swinney has not scored a touchdown as Clemson head coach on Kirby Smart. So there you go with that.
Yikes.
So you want to keep that. That might be a trivia question for you later on.
Zir.
Austin Peay gets shut out by Louisville 62-0. Illinois State also was shut out by Iowa 40-0 was that score. Virginia Tech and Vanderbilt 27-all, just under 2 minutes to go in that game. Penn State and West Virginia are still under that weather delay. They were in the third quarter, and Penn State was leading that game 20-6 over the Mountaineers. Indiana State is sick and tired of losing to Purdue because they were shut out today, 49-0. And Tennessee is beating up Chattanooga right now, 55-3 in the third quarter. Ohio State and Akron will be kicking off in just a couple of minutes. They have a 3:30 scheduled kickoff. And then ECU volleyball is down in Wilmington, and they beat Loyola 3-1. They are off to a 3-0 start, and that is their best 3-0 start since 2016. So there you go. That is a look at your scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of pirates. And they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for ladies. You can follow the Buck on Instagram for the updated schedule. And we will see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip.
All right, thank you, Shirley Reeds. Got Earl here. The big dog is around. Thanks to Young Cole for hanging out.
Earl, we need to change your name.
Yeah.
Why?
Because
you can't change someone's name.
No, because every time I hear his name, all I can think of is Earl had to die.
Na, 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 na.
And I just can't. It's just in my head. It's like one of those little earworms. And
It's a great song, though.
It is a great song.
It was played the other night by Should Have Been Cowboys at the State Theater at the Pirate Radio Football
I missed
Kickoff
it.
Party.
I went home and I missed that one.
Some other stats that people are throwing out as part of our UB stat sheet. Matt said, fun fact, Mason Garcia was 3 of 8 today for Austin Peay. Not so fun fact, he left the game with injury, right, Shirley?
Yeah, from what I was told, he was carted off the field with an injury.
I don't like to hear that.
But we don't have an update for him as of yet.
All right. Other notes on the UB stat sheet brought to you by
to consider.
UBE, an ECU tradition for over 50 years. Stop by UBE today or shop online at the new and improved pirateware.com. The biggest and best selection for ECU sportswear and accessories for Pirates of all ages. UBE, every day is game day at UBE. They are rocking and a rolling today. Parking lot packed, and Pirate fans in a good mood as they head out to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. East Carolina starter Jake Garcia last played in a college football game in 2022, and I have his career stats. He is, or has, I should say, 950 passing yards, 79 of 129 in his career for 61%. He has 7 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in 9 games played. So Jake Garcia has played in 9 games in his college career. This will make number 10 today as he makes the start for the Pirates. That on the UBE stat sheet. Shirley?
Sorry, Earl and I were just talking about the NCAA has, I don't know if you saw this story. This probably was like a couple of weeks ago that Oklahoma State had announced they were going to put QR codes on their helmets so they could get NIL money. Well, the NCAA blocked them from putting those codes on the helmets. So they're currently, Oklahoma State is playing South Dakota State right now, and they do have a lead, but they are playing without those QR codes on the helmets.
Part of me doesn't care at all. Part of me is also interested in what the NCAA can legislate with this, because it seems like with college football, they get further and further away from even being part of college football. The NCAA does. They still control the basketball and the tournament, but it almost seems like football does whatever the hell they want to, and it's separate. So,
well, and the NCAA is just not consistent. You know, they'll make a ruling on one thing, and then they'll let it slide on something else. It just doesn't make any sense, and it's spun so far out of control. It's like, you know, you let the cat out of the bag, you can't put him back in there. So, At this point, the NCAA just might as well just dissolve. I mean, at this point, they have no power at this point.
Yeah, trying to flex a little muscle. All right, Miami and Florida about to get underway in Gainesville. It'll be ECU and Norfolk State coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll hear from the play-by-play voice of Norfolk State, Ross Gordon, coming up later on in the show, awaiting from a phone call from Jeff Nadeau. We'll talk to Holton Ahlers coming up in a little bit. Also still to come on today's show, Patrick Mason will join us. Ross Gordon, as I mentioned, and Brian North as well. Shirley, I tell you what, let's hear a little bit. Our final chance to talk to Mike Houston was on Wednesday, and I had a chance to talk to the head coach of the Pirates one final time before the Pirates take the field today. Let's hear his comments from Wednesday.
All right, 3 days out. It's good to get some heat these last 2 days. I mean, it's been hot out there, and it's been good. I thought the kids pushed through it really, really good today. They were good yesterday, but we hadn't had that heat in about a week and a half, so they've struggled a little bit. But today, I thought they did really well handling it. 2 good work days. Now we got to sharpen everything up before kickoff at 6 o'clock on Saturday.
Coach, we haven't talked since Panther asked you officially joined, a local kid from college. Just how good is it to have him in practice and everything?
I'm really glad he's here. He's a great young man. I got to know him, when he was in high school, and he's worked really, really hard to get himself graduated from Charlotte. So congratulations to him on graduating. And then he's jumped right in, and I think he'll help us for the years out. He's got to get in shape, got to learn the playbook, but he's coming along pretty quick. We just got to keep our expectations, where they need to be until he gets his body ready to go. But you can never have enough experienced offensive linemen. So I'm glad he's here.
How tough is it for somebody coming in late? I mean, Bethesda missing all the camp, but I guess does it help experience-wise?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had, as late as he got to us, I had almost zero expectations, and but it's a testament to he's a strong character guy. And, he jumped right in. He was on the scout team. He went in there. He worked. You could see his feet immediately. You could see the experience just in the way he moved. And so I think for him, he's going to come along better than most would just because he is a veteran guy.
I was going to save this for John David Baker, but I'll ask you as well. What's your ratio to excitement and nervousness heading into week one? Do you still get nervous after these years?
Oh, I mean, a little bit, but the excitement much outweighs anything else. I'm just ready for our team to go play. They've worked very hard for the past, 8, 9, 10 months. We've worked very hard since last November. So there's a lot of excitement around getting to play again. For our guys, I probably got to temper myself on Saturday that I don't get them, too over the top before we kick off. But I promise you they'll be excited to play Saturday.
Mike Houston from earlier this week. His boys are ready to go as East Carolina will take the field 6 o'clock against Norfolk State on ESPN+. The football season is officially here, Shirley, when Bryce Williams texts me and asks me what channel the game's on. And that happened earlier today.
Earlier today?
It
did.
I
thought it was just moments ago.
No, it was
I'm surprised he didn't ask what time kickoff was.
3 or 4 hours ago, I got that text. I guess he knows the time, just did not know the channel. All right, we'll hear more comments from John David Baker, Blake Harrell later on in our show. But right now, we head out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line, and we'll talk to Jeff Nadeau, who joins us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff, appreciate you joining us on the show again this year, man. How you doing?
Good. How are you, Cliff?
Hey, doing great. Clemson and Georgia saved my 12 o'clock window. Had the dogs pretty big, so feeling good heading into this 3:30 slate. Again, not the most attractive slate of games, but we'll talk about that and what's coming up later on this evening. Jeff, what do you have your eye on in this 3:30 window?
Not too much, to be quite honest. I didn't really get too involved as far as early in the day. A lot of my plays are later. I did take a shot here. I have Miami, Ohio, plus 3.5 against Northwestern. I just don't really think Miami, Ohio is 3.5 points worse than Northwestern. I think you make the case they're a better team. Miami, Ohio is a very good MAC team. I think they match up well here. They actually beat Northwestern a couple of years back. Northwestern has a new quarterback this year. I felt like that's just a close game. Northwestern plays a lot of close games, and I like Miami O and their defense a lot. I think they have the better quarterback. So that's really the only game that I had an interest in. We're all waiting on this Penn State game. This has been delayed for nearly an hour. I don't know if it's back up just yet, but.
Yeah, still waiting on the resumption of that. I'm still seeing that it is indeed delayed. All right, so you like some stuff later on tonight. Of course, the big one tonight is Notre Dame and Texas A&M. We'll talk to former ECU defensive coordinator Greg Hudson. Notre Dame, he played for Notre Dame. His daughter is now employed by Mike Elko in Texas A&M. She's part of the recruiting department, so he said he's going blood over alma mater and pulling for the Aggies tonight. Looks like the line is settling in around 3 in favor of Texas A&M. Total under 50 in this one, in the upper 40s. So, Jeff, any thoughts on the headline matchup tonight?
Yeah, it's not a game I'm going to bet personally. I think you're kind of getting to a point where this is kind of, I think, a trendy, number 20 ranked A&M team. A lot of people like this team tonight. And Notre Dame, look, at the end of the day, Cliff, whether or not I agree with their ranking, this is a very good football team. Riley Leonard's a great coach. He has a lot of, I think, research that he can give on Mike Elko. So I like Notre Dame. I think if you can get a 3, I'd probably be interested in that. We've seen Texas A&M time and time again in these big spots fail. I'll tell you right now, Notre Dame has a better quarterback, 100%. And we've also seen the whole world on A&M and the numbers going the other way. That's a major question mark. I'll tell you, it's not a game I bet. A game that I'd sooner bet at 7:30. I like Michigan tonight, minus 20.5 against Fresno. I think the thought is, like, Fresno's a good team, and they are. I think Mikey Keane's a good quarterback, but Fresno's got a new coach. Their coach stepped down in the summer, and we didn't know how good Michigan is against non-conference opponents. Cliff, you got to go all the way back to, I think, 2019, the last time they allowed more than 14 points to a non-conference opponent in the regular season. They're just dominant against these types of teams. They have a great defense, and Mikey Keane's good, Cliff, but as you know, stepping up and playing Michigan's defense in the Big House first game of the season is a lot tougher than it looks. I think Michigan will do enough at quarterback. I think they go up like 31-0 and just kind of cruise here. I'll lay 20.5. I think it's a pretty fair number.
I got excited like a week and a half ago and wanted to place my first legal college football bet of the year, and I did it on the team that I'm playing with in an online dynasty on college football, Fresno State. So I'm not happy to hear that news, Jeff, that you're going Michigan, but we'll see what happens. I have the Bulldogs today, plus the 21 are coming up later tonight. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on. Here's one. So Earl, producer of the Holt Naylor Show here at Pirate Radio. Now you had Charlotte before Biff came out, Earl, and said that we're down all these starters and everything. I don't know what kind of mind games Biff is trying to play. I don't even know what kind of mind he has up there in that skull of his. But the way he talked made me want to take Charlotte for some reason. I feel like he's like playing some mental gymnastics here.
Yeah, I got Charlotte at +7 earlier in the week. It got down to +6 before they announced half the starters out. Then it went up to an 8.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but it looks like it's settled back to 7 now.
Yeah, I mean, you announce all those starters out, and the line did barely anything. All things considered, moving only 2 points. I think that's a barely moving anything type of thing. I think Charlotte can still win this game outright.
Man, Jeff, Charlotte was a pain to watch on offense last year. They came here to East Carolina, and neither team, that was one of the worst football games I've ever seen. We'll see what Biff does in year 2. James Madison, certainly a proud program. Any thoughts on this one going on tonight?
Yeah, you're. I guess your producer. He's a pretty smart guy. I don't know who he is. He knows what he's talking about. I think if he's just started gambling, he'll do a pretty good job.
No, he's a veteran at the game. He's actually got more YouTube subscribers than we do here at Pirate Radio. So,
oh, good for him. Great, yeah. And if as he's kind of alluded to, the line move. This one's down to 7. So maybe Biff was doing a little. Feel sorry for us, and maybe you get the troops rallied and ready to go. You're still getting essentially a touchdown at home. Look, I like the under in this game. Come down precipitously. It's down to 48.5. As you alluded to, Charlotte's not a good offensive team, but they're a good defensive team. I mean, we saw that time and time again. James Madison's a great defense team, and One thing you have to remember about them, they have a new coach, Bob Chesney. He comes over from Holy Cross. They were top 3 in rushing offense. I think they're going to really lean on the run, JMU. There's no surprise this number's come down a little bit. Maybe weather's a bit of a problem. I think if you can get 49, I'd maybe look towards an under. I felt like this was like a 21-17, 24-20 type of game.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. Jeff, want to move on to Sunday night, but anything else for this Saturday slate you're looking at before we move along?
I'm trying to think. I think I may have thrown this out to you on the week when we talked. I like Memphis. I laid 37.5 with this group tonight against North Alabama. Memphis was a top 15 team in the red zone last year. They scored touchdowns. Seth Hennigan is an elite quarterback. They're a team that should put up a bunch of points against North Alabama, a team who was 108 last year in total defense in the FCS, also 114 against the pass. One other note I'll just make, Memphis beat this group 58-7 2 years ago, so I laid a number tonight. I think this is a pretty fair number. Memphis rolls.
All right, the Tigers roll, says Nadeau. Speaking of the Tigers, the Bayou Bengals coming up tonight, or tomorrow night rather, against USC. My thought is let's just take the over and watch the scoreboard light up. But Jeff, any thoughts on that one going on in Vegas tomorrow night? LSU and USC should be a fun matchup, right?
Yeah, I would think. I think the problem that I have here is I feel like we all kind of feel that way.
I know, yeah.
And that's kind of the issue. But you look at it on paper, I mean, the public does win, Clip. And remember this, you have two really good quarterback coaches here and Brian Kelly and Lincoln Riley. I think the quarterback move from to Miller Moss and Nussmeier. Nussmeier has been highly regarded. I mean, Nick Saban called him an all-time sleeper at the position. So I think both these quarterbacks would be good. These teams were very good last year with big plays. Both these groups were top 3 in the country in long scrimmage plays of 40 yards or more. They also had combined 9 plays of 70 yards or more. These are big play offenses. And Lincoln Riley's 51-31 as a over coach in his career, one of the better marks in America. I believe this is inside, so weather won't be an issue. This screams 38-31 to me, but why does this number just sit at 64.5? It's kind of concerning. I thought we'd be seeing a 66, 67 by now.
Nadeau, we talked to you earlier in the week, asked you about East Carolina, Norfolk State. Pirates a 31-point favorite now, total 51.5. I believe you said earlier in the week if you had to make a play here, you go under. Is that right? What any thoughts on this game coming up today in Greenville?
Yeah, I would still lean under. I was surprised to see this total so high. I mean, I think in any of these FCS games, especially with a defense like ECU, they have a strong defense. And they could shut out Norfolk State. I kind of thought this game would shake out a lot like Duke Elon did last night. Just a 24-3, 27-3, something like that. We all know ECU wasn't a good offense. They'll be better this year, but are they really going to put 45 on the board? You look at ECU, played Gardner-Webb last year, 44-0. I'd be absolutely fine with that. I think that could be an outcome here, but I don't think Norfolk State does much offensively. That's just the name of the game a lot of the time for these types of groups. And Norfolk State played Temple last year, scored 9 points. Temple's one of the worst defenses in America, Clip. So I think we could see a 41-0 shutout here. I like the under.
All right, Jeff Nadeau joining us. Follow him on X at Jeff Nadu. Nadeau, enjoy the day, man. We've been waiting for it for a while, so enjoy your week 1. And, man, next week we'll be talking college football and NFL. So awesome time of the year. Appreciate you being a part of it with us here at Pirate Radio, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Jeff Nadeau, joining us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate as he joined us on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. All right, let's take a break. We'll try to hook up with Holton Ahlers to wrap up the hour and have more for you just about halfway home here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. 2 hours and we'll call it 16, 17 minutes away from kicking things off at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. We got a Vandy touchdown, and now Virginia Tech's going to have it 4th and 11 in overtime, trying to tie it up. We also got kickoff in Gainesville, The 3:30 window is open, so we got more football to talk about. We'll continue to do it and get you ready for ECU and Norfolk State. More to go on the Week 1 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Hey there, Eastern North Carolina. Jeff Stein at Brown & Wood. We have the 2024 Encore GX at 0.9 for 36 months. You heard it right, 0.9. We also have the Envision and the Enclave at 0.9. For GMC, we have the 2024 Sierra at 1.9%, the Terrain at 0.9%, and the all-new Hummer EV 849 lease for 24 months. Brown & Wood, 89 years in business in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 rooftops, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
It's Bostic Sugg Furniture's Made in America Labor Day sale. Quality, value, that's what Made in America stands for. Now at Bostic Sugg, get a double sales tax discount on beautiful Made in the USA furniture. Save up to 70% off Lazy Boy special purchases or enjoy up to 60 months special financing. Get your best sleep every night and save on a great selection of Made in the USA Serta and Helix mattresses during the Made in America Labor Day sale. On now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
North Carolina State Parks has activated the North Carolina Outdoor Recreation Plan. With over 40 parks to visit in the state, we want to hear from you. Selected residents may receive a North Carolina Outdoor Recreation Plan survey through the United States Postal Service. Please take the time to complete the survey to help outdoor recreation from the mountains to the sea. For more information, visit ncparks.gov/outdoors.
Mow like a pro with Hustler zero-turn mowers. They engineer their mowers to be maintenance and service friendly for the everyday homeowner while not sacrificing the build and cut quality they're known for. From the heavy-duty frame to the welded steel deck to their trademark smooth track steering, Hustler zero-turn mowers deliver professional-grade cut quality for a perfectly manicured lawn. Come into Ron Ayers Motorsports to see the Hustler difference for yourself today. Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, this is State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer right here in Greenville. We can switch your auto and home insurance so you can start saving today. My team and I are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Timothy Sawyer State Farm, it's easy to switch and save. Just give us a call, 493-0002. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for only $9.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $9.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is ECU head baseball coach Cliff Godwin, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Oh, welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV. You can click on that subscribe link. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. The Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, which is this show right here. And, of course, after the game, it's the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days, plus all of the Pirate Radio podcasts, like the Holt Naylor Show and the Greg Hudson Show. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and subscribe and like today. And as we head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Brett.
Mac. We need to get Mac and Brett on.
34-27, Vandy prevails over Virginia Tech in overtime. And holy cow, that's all I can say.
Hey, you think Virginia Tech can beat Vanderbilt?
Virginia Tech doesn't need to be playing ECU. They're not in the same level. They're not the same level.
Vanderbilt should never schedule Virginia Tech again.
Ah, man. Also, this might be Coach Mac's last appearance coming up this Tuesday because I can't help myself. I've got to troll. I've already thought of, I'm going to make a graphic of things we are not allowed to discuss on Pirate Radio Live. Politics, religion, Chandler's love life, and Virginia Tech football. Because if they're going to go lose that game,
then they deserve to not be talked about.
No need to discuss them anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
They were 13.5-point favorites in that game.
Well aware. Also, John Moody has been banned from the show, which is unfortunate because John Moody has been listening from day one.
Yeah, he is one of our P1. Oh, did he pick Virginia Tech too?
That was his lock of the week.
Oh.
That got me to jump on board. So John is now banned from my life. Unfortunate, John, but we'll always have the memories, right?
So sad.
We'll never forget those.
We'll miss you, John.
All right, let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Joining us, former Pirate QB, host of the Holt Naylor Show, and co-host of the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show coming up tonight after East Carolina and Norfolk State. Holt, how you doing, buddy?
Clint, what's up, brother, man? I'm ready for the fifth quarter call-in show. Let's go.
And ready for the game and having fun tailgating, right, Holt? This is a bit of a new experience for you. The first time you've tailgated at a home opener for ECU in how many years now?
It is, man. Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm enjoying it with the boys, and yeah, we're excited, man. I'm excited to be in Daddy Ficklin as a fan now. It's going to be a little weird, but, yeah, I'm pumped for it.
Holden, you said that you were not a guy that got nervous for a football game, but does week 1 feel different than week 10? Like, is it a different feeling when you finally get out there for the first time after working so hard during the off season?
Yeah, I think so, man. I think it's just more about it hitting in there like it actually is football season. It actually hits you that, it's here. So, but no, you still get the jitters no matter what week it is. So it's a blessing to go out there and play ball, especially college football, man. There's nothing like it.
Hold your thoughts on what this offense is going to look like. Do we see? I don't know if rust is the word because these guys are playing together. A lot of them for the first time ever. Do you expect it to look clean out there? Do you expect some illegal procedures, some things like that, a delay a game? Like what are we going to see here, at least early in this game?
I think maybe a little rust. I mean, the competition, we should go out there and dominate. But, I mean, look, anytime it's your first season, first OC, first quarterback, first receivers, I'm sure there's going to be a little rust, but then they should get it going. I would expect, a good – I think we covered the spread. I've said it on the pod before, but I think we covered the spread tonight. It should look pretty good.
All right, Holden is taking the Pirates minus the 31 and running to the bank. Holden, what other games you looking forward to? You keeping an eye on the other action today? Anything surprised you so far?
I am, man. I think it didn't surprise me. I actually took it, with a bet, but, Georgia just dominating the way they have.
Yeah.
That pumped me up. I think Miami's really good. I think they'll beat Florida pretty well tonight. I think Cam Ward's going to be a Heisman contender, so we'll see, man. College football's back. I'm just pumped to see it.
Well, Earl got me on the Florida train, so me and Earl are taking the Gators.
Oh, boy. I don't know, Clip. I don't know.
Earl is appreciate Earl doing a great job producing our show. Been fun to have him here. Holt, you said you like the Pirates minus the points. Give us a score prediction.
I think it's 37-3. I think our defense is really, really, really good. Hey, how are y'all? The defense only gives up 3 late, but I think it'll be a good one. We cover the spread.
All right, go talk to your fans, Holden. We'll talk to you after the game.
All right, Clip. I'll see you.
There's Holden Ahlers. Earl, can you pull the phone pot down on the board? Should be toward the far right. Just pull that all the way down, and we should be good to go as we're going to take a break and head on into hour number 3 when Shirley's here. All right, we got Miami driving 3rd and 10. Oh, I don't know about this new graphic score bug on ABC. It looks very foreign to me. That's going to take some getting used to. I don't like when networks update their score bugs. It looks like I'm watching a channel I've never seen before. Cam Ward just sitting all day in the pocket. He's going to throw it away. And a good defensive stand by the Gators as they will flag on the play. We'll check on the flag.
Yeah, we got to settle for bend, don't break right now.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll take 3s, man. We'll take 3s because we'll put up 6s. Not so good news on TV number 2. Ohio out to a 3-0 lead with the ball on the orange of Syracuse as, again, a roughing the passer called.
Oh, boy.
Against the Gators.
The fix is in.
We'll set, and that was just a stupid hit by that guy.
Outstanding.
If any ECU players are listening to that right now, don't do that. You're going to get an opportunity to hit the quarterback. Don't do it after he throws the ball away on 3rd down, just killing your team here. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. Hour number 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate on the way. And in that hour number 3, we will talk to P-Mace, Patrick Mason from the Daily Reflector, get his thoughts on this game. Also, the play-by-play voice of Norfolk State, Ross Gordon, and hear from John David Baker and some of the Pirate players as well. More to go. We are halfway home with the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and we are back with you after this.
At Chicken Salad Chick, we make our food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. We have 12 flavors of chicken salad, plus soups, sides, sandwiches, and desserts. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, we have something for everyone. All of our delicious chicken salads conveniently packaged in take-home containers and multiple sizes for you or the whole family. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. Now open at 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Chicken Salad Chick.
There's a special deal at US Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, barbershop quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
US Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
In this new world of having everything delivered to your home or office, why wouldn't you start using Cellular Warehouse for all of your cellular deliveries? Toby Williams and his team are in the business of delivering phones and tablets every day to customers, which enables you to take the hassle out of visiting a store. The best thing about this great service is that it's free. Call Toby Williams today at 252-799-7051. That's 252-799-7051, and let his team make your wireless experience fast and easy. Cellular Warehouse, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve. To get started, call me, Talbot Green, 714-2076.
Talbot Green, NMLS 120331. For informational purposes only. Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
This is a public notice, only Discount Mattress and Furniture, 1501 Evans Street in Greenville. Every single item must be sold at pennies on the dollar. Up to 75% off mattresses, furniture, wall to wall. Only Discount Mattress and Furniture. All wood chest, $99. Computer desk, $99. Nightstands, $49. Dinette sets, table and 4 chairs, $199. Chairs, end tables, coffee tables, $20. Bedroom suits, living room suits, up to 75% off. Regular mattresses, cents, regular $500. Today, $200. Pay our cash, check, and credit card. Second chance credit, no credit, new credit, bad credit. 9 days, same as cash. Bring your truck and trailers to save even more. U-Haul trucks will be on location for pickup of merchandise absolutely free. Public notice, Discount Maximum Furniture, 1501 Evans Street in Greenville. Hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Winning is not everything, it's the only thing.
Yeah. Get your game faces on, Pirates. Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. It's time to blast the cannons in the stands and the fields, if you know what I mean. We're flying into dove season with shotguns galore and shells for days. Don't miss out on Beretta's $200 cash back on A400 Extreme Pluses and $75 back on A300 Ultimas. Tune in as we head into hunting season with the best deals around and the largest selection of firearms and accessories in Eastern NC. Shop online or stop on by Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville. It's a time-honored tradition.
Find out when the cannons explode.
There's a common misbelief today that to make it further, you need to push yourself, that you need to give up any joy to continue your rigid routine. Or you could try another way. Take some time to enjoy life, like having a Michelob Ultra with friends, because happiness is essential to living an exceptional life. Michelob Ultra, a refreshing and balanced flavor with only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
I'm here with Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Pools. Jamie, what's new?
For starters, we're building our new building out at 5019 Highway 43 South. We've also put together a 10-day pool package.
A 10-day pool package? What does that mean?
Well, people think pools take a long time, but with this package, we break ground and have you swimming in 10 days. Go to CarolinaHardscapesandPools.com or by calling 364-1201. You can stop by our office on Fire Tower Road. We can make your backyard dreams into a reality with landscaping, patios, fireplaces, and outdoor kitchens.
Carolina Hardscapes and Pools.
Enjoy the outdoors.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, this game seems to take forever for it to end, but Tennessee leading Chattanooga 69-3 with about a minute left to go. In the game, Oklahoma State leads South Dakota State 17-6 in the third quarter. Akron has an early 3-0 lead over Ohio State in the first quarter. It is Texas 7, Colorado 0. App State has a 7-0 lead over East Tennessee State in the first quarter, and Miami has an early 7-0 lead over Florida in the first quarter. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and they have free entry for ladies. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we will see you at The Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. I believe we just had a special guest walk in. Tell him to come on in, Shirley. Come in here. Come in here. Tell that guy to come in here. Yeah, there he is. We got a deep ball, Earl, and we got an incomplete pass. Miami up 7-0 on Florida early. All right, do we have Patrick on the phone? Okay, let me welcome in P. Mace real quick to the program. He joins us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Patrick, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Cliff? How's it going?
Going great. Happy game day to you, man. Looking forward to it. We'll get your thoughts on it in a moment. But here in the Pirate Radio studios right now, boy, this is dangerous. This is, I'm too trusting of people because I don't know this guy. Actually, I feel like I do. I feel like we're best friends because we talk to him every day. One of the leading members of the chat gang, Jamie, is here in studio. What's up, Jamie?
Hey now.
Hey now. Ba-ba, fa-fa, foo-fa. Good to see you, man.
You too, man.
Welcome on
I'm
in.
Excited. It's about time. It's been a while.
It has. So welcome in. You came to pick up your Schnappa shirt?
I did. I'm excited. I'm going to make a costume change before I go to the game.
You already got the Pirate Radio shirt on. But
always.
You'll be wearing the A-Harp shirt coming up for today's game. Jamie, so where do you live?
Wilmington.
Wilmingwood, and you join us every day from Wilmington. Tyler says, "What's up, Jamie?" Hey, I want
chat gang.
Yeah, I want the chat gang to troll Jamie now, like y'all troll me. Eric says, "Jamie, that's my dude. He is a real person, folks, and he's seems to be a normal person."
As far
Would you
as
say?
You know, as far as you know.
As far as I know. All right. Who took the Hoosiers? Oh, Nadeau, I think, said he was it Nadeau or Earl? Earl, you're on the Hoosiers.
Well, I mean, they're playing FIU, I think. So, yeah, I would hope so.
All right. Hoosiers got the Panthers today. Chris Floyd says, "What up, Jamie?"
What's up, Chris?
Jamie's got more fans than I do now. I don't know if I like it. All right, let's get your score prediction, and we'll let you run along, and we'll talk to P-Mace. What do you got for today's game?
Yeah, so as far as the score, I think the offensive number, as far as what we're putting up, is the easy part. I'm thinking probably mid-30s, maybe touch the 40s. For me, the harder part is figuring out the defense, what we're going to give up. I want to go Zier. I'm about probably 60-70% saying Zier, maybe give him a field goal.
Okay.
I heard you guys talk about Norfolk's running game, which is supposed to be pretty good, but I think I'm gonna go Zier. So I'm gonna say 38 to Zier.
38 to Zier. The prediction from Jamie. Shirley is busy chatting, or she would play that. Can you hit a Zier for Jamie, just for his in honor of him?
You get my wife in there, she'll talk everybody up.
There it is. All right.
Excuse you, but we know each other. Thank you.
I know.
Jamie, we'll let you get back to your tailgate. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you for your support. It's fun.
Appreciate it.
Fun talking to you.
I love
every
you
day.
guys.
Yeah.
I schedule my work schedule around you guys.
Thank you so much, man. And we'll get somebody to get that shirt for you. We got it back there.
Later, chat gang.
All right, there he is. The chat gang's hero, man of the people, Jamie, joining us here. P-Mace, sorry about that, but hey, we got to look out for our listeners and viewers,
That's right.
Glad you were a part of that interview. sorry. It just worked out that way. Didn't plan on that.
That's right.
Patrick, we missed you on Pirate Radio Live this week. What happened? You tried solid foods for the first time, and it didn't. Your belly didn't agree with it. Is Patrick gone?
Oh, yep, you got me?
Oh, there you go. What's up?
There we go. Yeah, so, I tried this food truck. I don't want to disparage it. I think it was a shawarma food truck, and I thought it tasted pretty good, but, after a little while, especially the next couple of days, it was really fighting back. So that was an adventure. I haven't had that happen in a long time.
That's a tough thing to happen, especially on week 1 of football. Hopefully you'll be healthy for the game today and for the Bears season opener next week. But how about the Pirates? Jamie said, I get what he's saying, because I, too, am wondering. I put Norfolk State at like 13, and I might have been a little generous with that. But I'm obviously more curious, I think everybody is, about what the offense is going to score rather than what the defense is going to give up. So let's talk about that offense first. What do you expect to see from Jake Garcia, these new weapons, the running backs we know, and an O-line that we know that we really need and hope are improved this year?
Yeah, I'm actually expecting them to come out fast and just play kind of free. I feel like they're going to – every time we interact with Jake Garcia, he just kind of seems to have this calm demeanor. And I feel like, all this talk about kind of getting to know each other, I feel like that's probably going to be real in a sense. But I feel like they're just going to – I feel like they're going to click. I just have this feeling about me. And, yeah, it's kind of like I was watching Iowa this morning. I don't know if you saw, but they put up a bunch of points too, but that first half was brutal. So, even if it does take a little while, I'm kind of expecting them to put on a good showing today.
Yeah, Patrick, you don't need to say if were you watching Iowa. The answer is no for me, always. Thank you for your fake laugh there.
They did pretty.
It was like 3-0, like with 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter. I guess they went on they splurged late or something.
The game finished 40-0.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Yeah. All right. New offense for Iowa, so maybe new offense and more points for East Carolina today. Any questions at all about Blake Harrell's defense going into this one, Patrick?
I think we maybe talked about it the last time I talked with y'all was maybe just the defensive front. I know it's probably a strength of this team, but I just want to see them get back to the quarterback more often.
Yeah.
And I think if they do that, I feel like this defense is going to be as good as advertised. I mean, I like what's on the back end, and I feel like if that defensive front can find some pressure, we're going to see a whole kind of different level unlocked here.
I believe the number was 114. I think the Pirates were tied for 114th in the nation when it came to sacks, which is not good. And as good as this defense was last year, that is one part they need to pick up on. I hadn't talked to any special teams today. So if it comes down to a kick, first of all, people are not going to be very happy about that. But secondly, advantage ECU. Norfolk State had a tough time last week when it came to the kicking operation. But how do you feel about another year of Conrad, Larson, and another thing, Patrick, interested to see who we have back returning kicks and punts today?
Yeah, that's definitely a good question. I mean, I think today's game, if it came down to a kick, I think something would probably have to go seriously wrong. Maybe we're talking about that at the end of like a quarter or something. But no, I feel pretty confident. Just thinking about, Conrad, I know he was pretty accurate in one of those games last year, kicking 5 field goals, making all those. So I feel like if the offense can kind of get in range and, something goes awry, I think they can pick it up on that end. I mean, they've been here for a while. And yeah, we'll see how the return game goes. I guess that's always fun, right? We always want to see someone take something back. That's probably one of the most fun aspects of the game.
All right, let's do some over-unders before we let you go, P. Mace. Jake Garcia passing, and Earl, we'll let you play too. Over-under 249 yards.
I'm going to go over.
All right, Earl, we got a Gator pick.
I like to hear that.
We're back. What do you got, over-under?
What was the 249?
249er.
I'm going to go under because I anticipate we run the ball a lot more and that we see Katenhauser in the second half because it's a blowout. So I'm going to say he doesn't play a full 4 quarters, and I'm going to say under.
Over-under quarterbacks to take a snap, 2.5. Patrick.
Ooh, I'm going under.
Okay, Earl.
I'll stick with under. I think
Okay.
if we see multiple quarterbacks, I don't think they go past Hauser. I know you want to see Jeter. I don't see it.
Well, I guess you
personally
put
don't see it though. Like
yeah.
we could have easily played him last year on other like different games and stuff.
Oh,
like
I know. I understand. All right, so let's go. These are not over-unders. I need a name here. Who has the most receptions for ECU today, Patrick?
Oh, man. What about Keelan Robinson?
Ooh, okay. Interesting. Earl?
Go with Winston Wright.
Yeah. And I'm basing this off nothing, but I'm excited about Winston Wright. Who has the most receiving yards today for the Pirates? Patrick?
Yeah, I might say Winston Wright just because I think he might get a big chunk kind of action.
All right. And Earl?
Most receiving yards?
Yards
in general, or like rushing?
Most receiving yards.
Receiving yards. I was gonna go. I'll go with Wright as well.
All right, right could be the right answer. What Pirates score touchdowns today? Every Pirate that gets in the end zone, Patrick, give me their names.
I'm gonna say Jake Garcia.
Oh, okay. Earl liked that one.
Yeah, I feel like. Yeah, I think we're going to see some kind of shiftiness from him.
My favorite play in football is the quarterback draw, Patrick. I hope they draw one up.
Yeah, you can definitely see that.
All right, who else?
And again, I guess just kind of pick your receiver. I'm still going to go. Oh man, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to go Winston Wright. Everyone seems to be high on him. I feel like maybe he gets one, but I like the running game scoring a lot.
All right, Earl, what names get in the end zone?
Yeah, Jake Garcia was the first one I thought of there because I was like, all right, let's get creative. I'll go right back to right there. Casey Kelly.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll go with a little depth one, a little garbage time touchdown at the end by Marlon Gunn Jr.
Marlon Gunn. I'm going to go with a lot of those guys you said, and let me add a Javius Bond on like a 65-yard play.
I like it.
I don't know if it's a screen, a draw, or something, but he gets loose for a big one. All right, P. Mace, well, enjoy the game, man. We will hopefully catch up with you again on Wednesday. We'll check out your work on the pages of the Daily Reflector, online, reflector.com. Appreciate you joining us today, and have a good game day, Patrick.
Appreciate it, Cliff. Have a good game day.
All right, buddy. There he is. P. Mace joining us. Can you pull that pot down, Earl? Thank you very much, as Shirley is doing double, triple duty at the moment. But we do need to take a break, and here she is. So we'll get that break in. We'll come back. Thanks to P. Mace joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. When we return, let's hear what John David Baker had to say earlier this week. Also hear from Jake Garcia and Rajay Harris. Got that thanks to Chicken Salad Chick for the awesome pregame food. And I think I'm going to have to go healthy and dive into a little bit of Shirley's fruit during this timeout because, man, that looked tasty. The chicken salad was tasty as well. Had an awesome chicken salad BLT, which is my recommendation if you go to Chicken Salad Chick in Greenville. We'll take a break, come back, more to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on. To answer your question, Blake, we're not expecting Chase Sowell to play. Hopefully back for next week. And we are back after this timeout.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. This season, Bud Light has a new limited edition purple and gold ECU bottle on sale now. Cheers to football fun at the tailgate and in the stadium this year. And remember, always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Go Pirates!
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier restaurant and bourbon authority. Jefferson's, Basil Hayden, Woodford Reserve, and a Midwinter Night's Dram are just a few of the incredible bourbon options. The Rick House features the very best steaks and fresh, made-from-scratch pastas. The Rick House can host your corporate event or special parties in the 3,000-square-foot banquet hall. Join the Rick House for Sunday brunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and for the wine tastings on the last Friday of every month. The Rick House.
Pirate football is back, and the only way to dress for game day is to visit UBE or pirateware.com. UBE has all your game day apparel, such as polos, tees, hats, and jerseys. UBE also has all the merchandise to keep your tailgate undefeated. Pirate flags, decals, face tattoos, and more. And for your little pirates, visit our Crow's Nest with Pirate Nation's largest selection of youth apparel. UBE has special hours on Sunday after home games, open from noon till 5. And you can visit pirateware.com anytime. UBE, where every day is game day.
This is Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts, Pitt County's go-to shop for all things golf carts. We have E-Z-Go, club car, and utility carts to choose from. Whether it's for the beach, riding around the neighborhood, or working in the yard, 360 Golf Carts has the perfect ride for you. If you have issues with your current cart, take it by my shop for an expert's diagnosis. From parts to sales to service, we have you covered. We will even deliver right to you. So come see me, Brian Harris, on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School. 360 Golf Carts, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with Harris Real Estate Group, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Rhonda from Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Fall weather is coming and we're ready for some Pirate football. Russell's has a long history of dressing Pirate fans, both men and women. For the men, we offer both logoed and non-logoed from Peter Millar, Johnny O, and Smathers and Branson. Our ladies love Tyler Bowe, Emily McCarthy, and Never a Wallflower for game day. Join us in wishing the Pirates a healthy and successful season. And remember, for all your game day needs, shop Russell's in downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats, cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
This is Coach Blake Carroll, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
All right, welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can also follow us on Twitter or X, whichever one you prefer. And you can also follow us at Instagram at PR927FM. You can join over the 81,000 followers today at PR927FM. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right. Shout out to chat gang member Steve for dropping off treats earlier. Shout out to chat gang member Jamie for picking up his Schnappa shirt and joining us here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanks to Chicken Salad Chick for providing the food. And also, Bake My Day Cafe dropped off some awesome goodies as well. So thank you to them.
Those look very delicious and very not on my diet.
The cheese biscuits were phenomenal. So we appreciate that.
Brownies as well.
Yeah, I haven't even got below the biscuits yet. Florida kicks a field goal. 7-3. 7-3 the score. Syracuse has scored a touchdown.
Syracuse.
7-6 Orange over the Bobcats of Ohio. We roll on here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are in hour number 3 as we get you closer to the 6 o'clock kickoff. UBE still bumping. Weather decent. It's hot out there, but should cool off as we continue to go on throughout the day. Tell you what, Shirley, let's hear from some of the coaches and players. John David Baker, of all the debuts today, I'd say people are anticipating the debut of Jake Garcia the most. Right under that, probably the offensive coordinator and what this offense is going to look like under year 1 of John David Baker. We spoke to him earlier this week and got his thoughts on the season opener against Norfolk State.
Well, Coach, just where do you get this thing off after a long offseason?
Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely to that point. I think our kids are too. We're tired of talking about it and ready to just go do it. They're excited. They've had a great 2 days of practice. I don't think we're overly anxious. I think we're just ready to go. I'm really excited to go see them. Just go put it on the grass on Saturday.
What's your ratio from excitement to nervousness heading into your first game here at ECU?
I've never been a guy that gets really nervous. These type of things you always just try and be prepared for. I'm excited more than anything. And I'm excited for these kids because they've put in the last 8 months. They've done everything we've possibly asked them to do, and then some. That's the thing. I'm just excited to watch them play because they've earned the right to go out there and play well and to put points on the board.
Jake hasn't played in a live game for a while. You have to say anything to him, or you just is he just a cool?
No. That's just that's why. That's part of the reason why he's the guy, is because he's just cool, calm, collected every single day. He's never too high, never too low, just even keel. And I don't expect any different on Saturday. We tried to put him in as many game-like situations, whether it be a scrimmage or a practice setting, and he responded the same way every time. And so I don't expect any different on Saturday. Is he probably going to have a few more juices flowing? Probably so. But I bet after that first clap, he'll be just fine.
With the Norfolk State, how much does it help you? At least they've got a game on film. I'm sure you watch them going into the year, but you at least kind of have an idea of what they're going to do.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like Coach has talked about. There's advantages and disadvantages to it. It's an advantage to us in the sense of we get to see, not only some scheme things, but personnel-wise. They've moved some personnel around And I think they've upgraded at a lot of spots personnel-wise. I thought they flew around. Their guys play hard. They play sound. I was really impressed with them on Saturday, or this past Saturday, and just looking at them as a whole. Like, we got to go play, and this is going to be a dogfight now because they got a good squad.
For you guys, how important is it early in the game to try and stay on schedule, not have any of those like false starts or emotional penalties?
Yeah, that's huge. Not only this game, but every game. That's something we harp on a ton. Is just we can't beat ourselves. This game is hard enough to move the ball and score points. Just having the ability to stay on track, stay in front of the chains. Those type of things are huge, especially in this first game. And, unfortunately, sometimes it's going to happen, and it's really how you respond to it, making sure that we don't turn one bad play into two. And that's just something that we got to coach our guys through, and they'll be good.
Calling a game, for the first time, live game, you always do scrimmages and things. You try to prepare for every situation, or you just, I don't know, kind of go in there, ready for kind of doing what you've always done?
Yeah, that's the nice thing is just the rooms that I've sat in, being able to, really my first 6 years as a coach, I sat right next to the offense coordinator, and I watched how they prepared. I watched how they prepared for every situation, and then that was one thing. When I went to Ole Miss, I thought we did better than anybody. Is just being prepared for every situation, and we're going to coach these guys up until the whistle, and there's. You never stop preparing for the game, whether it's Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon, Saturday morning. And so that's just, I've been fortunate in that sense. And the rooms I've sat in, the people I've been around, I thought they did a great job in preparing for games and situations and feeling like we're in a good spot to be prepared for whatever happens on Saturday.
You yourself talked about the depth of this team, especially receiver. You got depth at running back. As far as getting touches, making sure the healthiest guys in, is that communication between you and the position coaches, or how does that work throughout a game?
Yep. So we have, it's funny. We have one guy that is one of his sole assignments on game day is making sure certain guys are getting touches, because you never want to look up in a game and be like, well, dang, so and so has only had one touch, and especially if you look back if you're Sunday and you're looking back at a Saturday game and you struggled offensively, and all of a sudden you look up and two of the guys that you want to get touches to touched at one time, well, that's a bad deal. And so we have, like I said, we got somebody assigned to that because we've, you learn from your mistakes. It happened to us a few years ago. We played in a game where we were down some people, but we had a couple of our players going, and we struggled offensively. And then looking back the next day, we realized that the guys that we did have, we barely got them the ball. And that can't happen as a coaching staff. And so just being prepared for those type of things. At the end of the day, scheme is really important, but those players make this thing go. And we got some really good ones, and we got to make sure we get the ball in their hands for sure.
With the helmet, Mike, will there be kind of a learning period? I know you guys are working at practice, but you kind of have to go into game day to see what works, what doesn't, maybe? Yeah,
it's going to be a little bit of trial and error for sure. But that's just where, I'm grateful we've gotten to use it every day in practice. We've gotten to use it in our scrimmages. We've got to use it with the 15-second cutoff. So we've gotten some test runs at it, but as you know, everything's different on game day, and so there'll be some learning curves of just trying to sort through it. The biggest thing that I'll try and do a great job of is just not doing too much. It's one of the guys who I talk to. Kind of just figuring out how to use it, the best way to use it. The best advice I've gotten is don't talk in his backswing. Don't give him too much. Don't make him overthink something. You've spent X amount of hours during the week coaching the guy. Trust that training. Don't trust 5 seconds before he snaps the ball, you telling him something that's going to make the difference.
John David Baker going through his first preparation as an offensive coordinator and a play caller here at East Carolina, and very anxious to see what the operation looks like, and how many false starts and how many near delay games and burned early timeouts will we have with the communication. On the flip side of that, how well oiled will this machine look? What will the tempo look like when they get going? Those are some exciting things, but also got to see it to believe it type of things when we get into Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium later today. Matt, I like this. I like the way Matt put this on YouTube. 12 games. That's all we are guaranteed. 12 chairback, bleacher, or couch. Sit down and strap in because the ride begins today. That's beautiful, Matt. You are a football poet. We do take things for granted in our normal life and certainly in our sports life. You only get 1 week, one a year. Enjoy that. Enjoy this program. Enjoy your U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show because like Matt says, this is it, folks. 1 of 12 begins today. Thanks to John David Baker on the United Bank Coaches Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. Now more than ever, trust is the foundation of any successful relationship with local bankers that you know and trust. It's no wonder businesses and individuals throughout North Carolina continue to choose United Bank. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Jeff says it ain't looking too good for NC State next week against the Vols. Tennessee 69, Chattanooga 3. Where is that game? Is that one of those neutral site games? I will look if nobody knows. Week 2. Big game next week is Michigan and who? Texas, right? Michigan, Texas is next week.
That was not a neutral site game, by the way. It was at Neyland Stadium.
No. Tennessee, NC State.
Next week.
You're talking about next week. I'm sorry.
It is in Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte, the Duke's Mayo Classic. I am right on Michigan, Texas, right?
Yes, Michigan plays Texas next week.
Oh, are they putting it at noon?
At noon at the
No!
Big House.
Why do they do these stupid big noon games?
I've got a line for that game, too.
So do I, Earl. You're not cool.
Oh, sorry.
What do you got?
I got Texas as 4-point favorites and the total 47.5.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at as well. Michigan opening up their season tonight against Fresno State in the Big House. I guess that's the headliner next week. Tennessee, NC State, 7:30 on ABC. You also got Colorado and Nebraska on NBC next Saturday night as we look ahead to week 2. What'd you think of Prime and North Dakota State the other night, Earl?
Very underwhelming. I mean, their offense is going to be good. Their defense still sucks. And that's just the way it's going to be. Like, this Colorado team, they're going to probably be a team you just bet overs with. Like, they're going to put up points.
Yeah.
Sanders and Hunter, that's a dynamic duo on offense there, but there's no defense to speak of with those Buffaloes, and we saw that when North Dakota State came in and backdoor covered late in that game with a touchdown. They gave 26 points to an FCS school. So
a very good FCS school.
A very good FCS school, but nevertheless still an FCS school. Like, if we brought North Dakota State up into FBS, what would their record be right now? 3 wins?
No, more than that, because let's use the App State model. They moved up to the FBS after being FCS power, and they have had winning seasons every year just about. So
fair.
I think they'd be pretty good. Thank you, Jeff and Brandon, for saying that NC State-Tennessee game is in Charlotte next week. Yep. Christy says, you're right, this is not a dress rehearsal. Austin said he shed a tear reading Matt's statement. It was very beautiful. Dawson said, how much crap are you giving intern Brett after the Vandy game? I got to talk to Brett.
We haven't even started yet.
Yeah, the problem is, like, do I have enough crap is the question. Because I got so much to give to Mac. I got to be careful with Mac. I don't know him like that. But I can't help myself. I have to talk crap. So I got some for Mac. I got some for Brett. And it'll be a fun week on Pirate Radio Live, just between those two conversations and everything else we'll have going on, getting you ready for ECU and Norfolk State. ECU and Old Dominion. Today, we're getting you ready for the Spartans and the Pirates, and we will have our advanced moving and storage opponent preview coming up next with Ross Gordon. Talked to him earlier this week and got a Norfolk State preview. You'll hear that when we return. Hour 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate, and we roll on with you after this.
Greenville's hometown pizzeria is Cucinella's. Cucinella's has 2 locations with great options for lunch, dinner, takeout, and they now offer catering. Dine in for lunch with a slice, salad, and a drink with a friend, or stop by after work and grab a beer or glass of wine while you wait for your to-go order. The best pizza, grinders, salads, and homemade Italian ice is at Cucinella's. Cucinella's Midtown across from Best Buy, downtown across from Sup Dogs, and on Facebook and Instagram. Cucinella's, serving handcrafted pizza since 1932. Come taste the difference.
Is your mouth watering yet? We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby! The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Hit me with the sound effects again. Ladies, gentlemen, if you're feeling the way I'm feeling, we should both go get us a piece of that cheesy, beefy perfection with a delicious, refreshing Pepsi. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
This March, Moore's Barbecue has teamed up with Pepsi to bring you the ultimate combo experience, the Carolina Classic. Sink your teeth into our succulent dark chicken combo, served with our signature barbecue, 2 sides, piping hot hush puppies, and a free ice-cold Pepsi, courtesy of Moore's Barbecue and Pepsi.
There have been many changes in the automotive world. At Phelps Chevrolet, the Phelps boys are here to take care of you. Mike, Daryl, and 4 of Mr. Phelps' grandsons, Wade, West, Allen, and Clay. You see, things at Phelps remain the same. The Phelps team has served Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. We make your visit easy and fun. We are your neighbors, and that's what neighbors do. Phelps Chevrolet in Greenville. Like Mr. Phelps' great-granddaughter says, come in and get you one.
Find new roads with Chevrolet at PhelpsChevrolet.com.
Hey, Pirate Nation, this is Captain Bo Brooks at Pirate Waters Outfitter in downtown Washington, North Carolina. For the month of August, we're having a 30% sale on all clothing items. Come on down and check us out. We have Turtle Box, Bahio sunglasses, Duck Camp, Marshwear, AFCO, and Grundon. You going fishing? We're stocked up with reels from Florida Fishing Product, new fly selections, and a full line of Smithy cast iron cookware. Don't forget our sale, 30% off till the end of the month on all our clothing items. We are Pirate Water Outfitter.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
It's hot outside, but you won't break a sweat using ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate for your next home sale or purchase. Our experienced agents help you stay cool while navigating the home buying or selling process. Uncover your next treasure today by visiting encpiraterealty.com. And remember, at ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate, we close the deal or someone walks the plank. Go Pirates!
Are you tired of the same old fast food routine? Shake things up for lunch and dinner at Clean Eats Cafe. We've cracked the code to make healthy dining tasty and affordable. Whether it's a power lunch or a family dinner, we've got you covered. Sit down in our cafe for a brainstorming session or catch up with friends. Even stop in after a workout for protein smoothies or a protein iced coffee. Our atmosphere is welcoming and our food is fresh. All for about the same price as fast food. It's time to ditch the drive-thru and feast on flavor at Clean Eats Cafe, Red Banks Road in Arlington Village.
Pirate Radio, bringing you the best content on air and on digital. We are the voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Ohio State has put a touchdown on the board. They now lead Akron 7-3. Appalachian State has a 17-0 lead over East Tennessee State in the first quarter. Miami has kicked a field goal, so they now lead Florida 10-3 in the second quarter. Penn State and West Virginia were under an extensive weather delay. They are finally back underway, and Penn State has put another touchdown on the board. They lead West Virginia 27-6 in the third quarter. Old Dominion and South Carolina are tied at 7 apiece. It's Texas leading Colorado State by a score of 17-0. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. Is your beacon of music in the land of pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for the ladies. You can follow The Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule of all the performances, and we'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, rolling right along. Hour number 3 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We'll have our advanced moving and storage opponent preview in a moment with Ross Gordon. Right now, we'll head out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line. Talk to Ellerby live at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. What's up, Jonathan?
What's up, Clipper? It's been a nice day. It's been a hot day, but finally got some cloud cover here at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Been rocking and rolling with our friends at Carolina Eagle and Bud Light, Pepsi. Of course, our friends at Stevens Sausage have been throwing a great spread. So a lot of fun, Sparky Snowball. But the man that's been invited all weekend to hang out with us is here at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. He's in the shadows of Daddy Ficklin Stadium. Pretty soon he's going to be on the sidelines of Daddy Ficklin Stadium, not in a helmet and shoulder pads, but watching the Pirates. Blake Prohl, how's the Greenville experience been so far this weekend?
Man, it's been great. Just being around, obviously, Pirate Nation, you kind of forget how awesome it is here, and you couldn't ask for a better day for some Pirate football. So,
Blake Prohl, we had a great time Thursday night. Enjoyed your song. It was released on Friday. Been getting a lot of positive vibes since you've been back in Greenville. A lot of people saying hello.
Oh, yeah, it's been great, man. You know, it's just a big family here. There's nothing like Pirate Nation. I said it when I first got here, but you know, you roll in that highway and you come into Greenville, it's you get chills, man. I definitely miss it here, so it's been great being back.
You're staying at the Hilton. You saw Coach Houston a little while ago at the hotel. Were y'all talking football? What was the conversation? Did you give him a little pep talk?
Hey, you know, he's locked in. You know, I didn't talk his head off or anything. I saw the other coaches, saw everybody. They're all locked in, just like we used to be. So I think like I said, Pirates by 50 is going to be held strong. So.
Still holding to Pirates by 50, huh?
Oh, yeah, Pirates by 50, baby. Let's go.
Are you going to be able to contain yourself on the sideline and just be a spectator with a pass on?
I might have to take somebody's helmet and pads and get out there and run a route or two, but I'll be the biggest supporter for sure.
Pirates by 50. Blake Prohl, it's been awesome having you here, man. We've already talked about next year. We're going to perhaps bring your full band and do a full-blown Blake Prohl show here in Greenville, North Carolina. What do you think?
I think that would be amazing. I know a lot of people showed up and I only got to sing one song, so next year we'll do a whole set, hour or two, or whatever you guys want. I'm down for. You know, I'll do anything for Pirate Nation. So.
Blake Prohl's been awesome. What's next on your agenda, and how can people find your music and support Blake Prohl?
The big thing on my agenda next hasn't been announced yet, but we're going on tour. We'll be posting all the dates and everything. I think the closest we get to here is Raleigh. And it'll be in November, so I'm really excited about that. And everything's under just Blake Prohl, no fancy name or anything, just my first and last name.
Well, Blake, you've been awesome. Best of luck to you. We'll stay in touch, and maybe Pirates by 50 today. We'll have to work on getting you back here for another game this year.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Clip, there he is, Blake Prohl at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Just awesome young man, certainly going to do big things in the music world, and was excited to have him as a part of the big football kickoff weekend with Pirate Radio.
No doubt. Good stuff. Sounds like a fun time out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone with Ellerby, Blake Prohl, Holt Naylor's dropping by, and the whole crew. I haven't heard from Chon today. Wonder what Chon's up to. Hope he's hanging in there.
Chon is probably cruising around the tailgate lots in that cart that 360 Golf Carts provides us. And you know Chon. Chon's a talker.
He is.
And you know he is probably riding around.
Kissing babies.
Talking to ladies.
Shaking hands.
Talking to the ladies. Oh, I'm sorry. We're not allowed to talk about his love life. I apologize.
Rizzing?
Yes.
Is that it, Earl? Am I saying that correctly?
Got a rhythm.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I think they say Rizzler is like the person who gives off the Riz.
Okay.
I guess.
We need to talk to Ross Gordon.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Hold on a second. I got to answer the phone.
Let's go to our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. The team at Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small. Whether you're in Greenville, New Bern, Kinston, or surrounding areas, their courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the movers the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage, 252-321-3200. Here's my chat from earlier in the week with the play-by-play voice of Norfolk State.
All right, back here with you on Pirate Radio Live. Special guest joining us in studio, Ross Gordon, the play-by-play voice of Norfolk State. And Ross, thanks so much for joining us, man. We always talk to the voice during game week, but this is the first time we've had anybody in this studio, so you're the first. Welcome in.
No problem, man. Good to be here. I told you I was coming.
You did.
I told you I was coming. I told you we'll talk about how bad the Commanders will be and how good the 49ers will be this year. Then we're going to have that conversation.
I was hoping we'd get your wide receiver, but I don't know what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk, so we'll wait and see on that one, right?
He's going to be a 49er.
Okay, all right. You can speak it into existence, maybe.
That's all that's happening.
Ross, it's week 1 for us and a lot of teams. Already game 2 for Norfolk State. How about a wild one last Saturday that you go for 2, don't get it. Just a crazy game. From the outside looking in, I can say as a football fan, it was an enjoyable game. You wearing that green, obviously, wanted it to go a different way, but can you still enjoy for what it was, even though you took the loss there?
I think so. I think one of the things that any person, any fan would like to see is some growth. And last year, we were in a lot of situations like that, and we didn't seem like we were going to come close. I think we showed some growth. We showed some maturity. It's just small things. In game one things. I think you had a bad snap on a field goal opportunity, which would have given you a lead. You had a missed opportunity before that on the extra point that was blocked, even though it was an offside penalty. So small things, and really look at our special teams game. Could have played a little bit better, but you credit FAMU for making plays down the stretch to win that game.
Ross Gordon joining us. So, yeah, game could have gone either way. Florida A&M wins it. Now Norfolk State has to get off the mat and get ready for tonight. So let's kind of talk offense, defense with you. First with the offense. Defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, when I asked him Wednesday, about Norfolk State, what stood out, he said, I think he called him Thunder and Lightning, the two-headed monster there at running back. Is that really how this offense can get going if you can run the football?
I think so. Kevon King played well. He played well. 10 carries in the first half, over 100 yards. Only 4 carries in the second half for 20. He's solid. Xavier Evans played well as well. So it gives you an opportunity to have a little bit of scat, a little bit of power for Kevon King, and Xavier Evans is a power back. So we ran the ball well. You talk about that thunder and lightning. I think that was a nice thing to see, but I don't think we want to be a team that relies on thunder and lightning. Only throwing the ball 9 times.
Right.
7 of 9, I think, is one thing you look at and you say you want to be better.
Yeah. And for folks not following along, I make a quarterback flow chart. So Jaden Daniels is the former LSU quarterback, now in Washington. There's a Jalen Daniels out in Kansas,
right,
and there's a Jalen Daniels we'll see this weekend, so it can get confusing. But how about this guy thrown into the fire a little bit, right?
Right, thrown into a little situation where Otto Coons is who's still on the roster, but due to some NCAA issues, he won't be playing until Game 5. Jalen Daniels, who was a South Carolina transfer, started there as a walk-on, played a JUCO ball last year, and didn't know what he was going to bring, honestly, because he's never played on this level. But he looked sharp, he looked confident, and he looked competent in the offense. He only threw the ball 9 times, but he had about 11 opportunities, so he ran twice off of those passing opportunities. But he looked sharp. Every pass was on the money. Went deep twice, and we saw a little threat on the outside, which is good. But again, he didn't play bad, and that's something that you want to see from your quarterback. Week 1, no turnovers, and really kept the offense moving.
Ross, we're in the dark about what the ECU offense is going to look like. New quarterback, new coordinator, a lot of new parts. The running backs we know very well. O-line we know pretty well. But as far as who's behind center and who he's throwing to, that's going to be all new. Have you talked to the defensive staff at all this week? Because I'm fascinated to hear how you go into a game like this. What are you scouting? Are you looking at Ole Miss because John David Baker came from there? Or You looking at Jake Garcia film from years ago when he last played quarterback. Just a ton of unknowns on ECU side. So what does that mean for your defense?
Number one of the things we do know is that we know Coach Houston wants to run the football.
Yeah.
So you don't have to question that. You have to be stout up front. But you do watch a little bit of the Ole Miss, and you do watch a little bit of some of the guys' tendencies. But I guess game one, you look back at what happened last week, and you have to say we're going to have to do a better job of stopping the pass. We didn't do a great job in the second half of really clamping down on the outside, and I think that's one thing that I think people are going to look at. I think our front seven is going to be really good, but it's in the back four and the back end to see where we end up, and I think that's one of the biggest things. We struggled in short passes last week, and if you look at an Ole Miss, really quick tempo.
Yeah.
But it's one of those situations where they take what the defense gives them, and we're gonna have to do a better job of not giving up everything.
You mentioned, what you want to improve on, the old cliche. You make your most improvements week 1 to week 2, right? And so, first of all, what are some other things you want to see there? And also, did you come out of that game? You were big underdogs in that game. Norfolk State was saying, "Hey, we got something here. These boys can play."
And I think one of the things going into the game, Coach Odom said we have a good football team. The question is, can you put it together?
Yeah.
And week-to-week basis, can you put it together? Last year, we had 7 games that you lost by 2 touchdowns or less, and now you're in a situation where your first game you lose by 1. Can you make the plays down the stretch? Can you make winning plays in the first half? I think the first 2 drives you run down and you run the ball successfully, and you get 2 touchdowns on the high. But what happens after that? Now, it's the middle of the game, controlling the small things, not only just being consistent running the football, but I think one thing that Coach Jason Phillips, who said after the game, the offensive coordinator, he said, we have to do a better job of not protecting Jalen Daniels this week. And last week, I think we sort of held his hand a little bit so he wouldn't make mistakes, but he showed us that he can make some plays, and that's one of the big things I think from week 1 to week 2 that we have to sort of move in that direction. Can we be just as effective throwing the football as running it?
Ross, one thing I've learned is these players move on quicker than fans do. I can still think of old ECU games and old Redskins games that I'm still bummed about. That, man, if we'd have done this, we'd have won. If Michael Westbrook doesn't throw his helmet down in the game against the Giants in 1997, we win that game, go to the playoffs. But talking to players, they have to move on quick. I bring that up to say, an emotional game last week, you're so close. Are you worried about a letdown at all for your guys, the emotional hangover type thing?
I don't think so, and I think that's one of the good things that you look about the leadership of this team, not Coach Odom's specifically, but the leaderships. A.J. Richardson and Kevon King, they're very, very next week focused. After the ball game, hey, we were in it. We know we can play, but can we make the winning plays during the game? And you mentioned Michael Westbrook. If Patrick Mahomes isn't born,
the butterfly effect.
Yeah, the 49ers are champions twice, and so it happens. And I think one of the big things for us is last year's team lost games, and you saw it after the game. Right after the game,
yeah.
Like, oh man, we got to go next week, and that's what happened. It was game 1, and I think they have an understanding of when you look at the spread for last week. It was 15 to 16, 17 points, and people thought it wasn't going to be close. And you really were in the game, and you had a chance to win it.
I think the number's pretty darn high this week. I'm sure you folks do as well. But 33.5, again, there's too many unknowns for me to know where to go with that line. But I don't know. Is that bulletin board material or anything, or is it just one of them things you ignore?
Being in this profession for as long as I have been, there's one thing, and you talk about it all the time. The third and fourth quarters, when your guys who are bigger, stronger, have a little bit more in the tank, get to wearing on people. You hope it's not 33. You just have to come out and make some plays early. And I think if anybody would say, "Hey, look, I saw what ECU did last year," I know a lot of people would say, "Well, y'all have a chance after what y'all did last year."
Hell, we couldn't get to 33 last year. Much less cover by 33. So.
Yeah, but with the excitement of a new coordinator, where he came from, and seeing what Ole Miss did, and seeing what kind of excitement they had down there, especially putting points on the board. Of course, somebody would say maybe 33 is a good number.
Yeah. Ross, what you going to do while you're here in Greenville, man?
Man, I'm going to explore. I'm going to see what's going on down here in Greenville. I thought I wasn't going to make it today because of traffic, but I made it. I'm excited about going and touring the campus a little bit. I was excited about going to see some of the facilities. Not football, of course, but basketball today. Just see what's going on down in Greenville. Nice place. Place.
Good deal, man. Well, hope you enjoy your time here. Hope you get some good barbecue or whatever you're into.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We know a few spots, so we'll give you some tips on that. But thanks so much for hanging out with us, man. Have a great call on Saturday, and we'll talk to you again down the road.
Hey, I look exciting to be here, and thank you for having me back.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
All right, we'll wrap. All right, back here with you on Pirate Radio Live. Special guest joining us in studio, Ross Gordon, the play-by-play voice of Norfolk State. And Ross, thanks so much for joining us, man. We always talk to the voice during game week, but this is the first time we've had anybody in this studio, so you're the first. Welcome in.
No problem, man. Good to be here. I told you I was coming.
You did.
I told you I was coming. I told you we'll talk about how bad the Commanders will be and how good the 49ers.
Joining us earlier this week, he'll be on the call tonight for the Norfolk State Spartans as he gives us a look at the opponent on the Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. If you are making a move, make it easy and remove the stress from that move and use the movers the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage, 252-321-3200. All right, we'll take a break, come back. 3 hours down, 1 to go. And we got a busy hour number 3 as we will hear from the current defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell, former defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Greg Hudson, also Brian North, live at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. And I believe the Chan Man has checked in with us. We might talk to Chandler as well. All that and more coming your way. Pirate Radio Live. Boy, that orange 3:30 window turned out to be red. The red of my blood spilling all over these studios. Earl has led me to the slaughter. It is not going well. Miami all over the Gators right now, 17-3, and Miami about to get the ball back. We'll be back with you, hour 4, Pirate Radio Live. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, whatever this great show is called. Back with you after this. Do you ever talk to yourself about where to eat today, and then you hear
Warren's Hot Dogs?
Then you're thinking, yeah, 2 hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $7.50 would be awesome.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
And maybe some homemade lemonade, perhaps a pizza or a sub, and definitely an apple or peach turnover.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
Don't overthink where to eat today. Go to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville across from Ron Ayers or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Warren's Hot Dogs, serving the Pirate Nation since 1991. Go Pirates!
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too.
This is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning. Give me a call today, and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates.
The Holistic Company in downtown Greenville is a family-owned and operated business offering hemp-derived products such as tinctures, topicals, raw flour, skincare products, and more. They even have a drink menu including infused mocktails and frozen lemonade with a variety of flavors to choose from. At the Holistic Company, they pride themselves in offering true education about the hemp plant and its abundant benefits. So stop by 501 Evans Street, just a few doors down from Pirate Radio, to get informed and try the array of products today.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
There's a special deal at U.S. Cellular where you can get 4 lines for just $90. It's perfect for you, Barbershop Quartet.
That's us.
There's no trade-in needed, and it comes with 4 free phones of your choice.
4 free phones.
U.S. Cellular, built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
It's bow time. When you combine the bold taste of a Bojangles Chicken Supreme with dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go, you get Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5, available for a limited time only. It's bow time. It's bow time. When you combine the bold taste of a Bojangles Chicken Supreme with dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go, you get Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5, available for a limited time only. It's bow time.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, click on that subscribe button, and if you're watching one of our live shows, hey, click on the like button too while you're at it. And you can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6. It is our favorite sports entertainment show. And the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, which you're watching right now if you're watching on YouTube. And, of course, the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter on game days. Plus, we have all the Pirate Radio podcasts on YouTube as well, like the Holton Naylor Show and the Greg Hudson Show. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button so you can get notified on the latest content on YouTube Live. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
We got a Gators touchdown.
Go Gator.
Go Gator.
Hold on. Let me find it. Ew.
Go Gator.
71 yards to the house. Montrell Johnson.
Oh, really?
Down the sideline.
I thought it was
Percy Harvey.
It looked like Percy Harvey. Gators get a TD. It is 17-9 PAT pending.
Who's coaching in Florida?
Coach Urban Myers.
Coach Urban Myers. Shirley called Hud. He did not answer. So.
Oh, you know what? We talked about the Chan man.
Yeah.
Because we had not heard from him all show. I told him I would call him.
All right, well, get him on, and then I sent you Hud's number if you could try him while we're talking to John.
All right, hang on.
So we'll get Chandler on. Right now we got Cuse driving as there are 17 seconds left to go in the second quarter of that one. Syracuse up 10-9 on Ohio. Florida kicks the PAT 17-10 as they finally show a little bit of life down at the Swamp. And only trail Miami by 7. It feels like Miami has dominated this first half for the most part, but that long touchdown really changed everything as Florida right back in it. Penn State controlling things in Morgantown, 27-6. That score. Nittany Lions over the Mountaineers as they play late in the third quarter. It is Ohio State 17, Akron 3. It is Oklahoma State 41, South Dakota State 20. As we follow the scores going on here on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. All right, let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line. Joining us, the Chan Man, Chandler Honeycutt, who is out and about at the Pirate Radio tailgate fields today. Chandler, happy game day. What's up, buddy?
Happy game day to you, Clip Brock. It's a great day to be in Greenville because there's a lot of people out here enjoying the first game of the 2024 season for ECU football. Me and Jenny have been on the golf cart, the Monster, presented by 360 Golf Carts, getting around and seeing people and taking pictures. And let me tell you something. People love Pirate Radio because when I ask if I can take a picture for Pirate Radio, they're like, oh, absolutely. We love y'all's pictures. So a lot of people are excited out here, and we're just ready for kickoff coming up at 6 o'clock.
Chandler, I don't think you were here earlier in the week when we did a vibe check. So let's get your vibe check an hour away from kickoff. How you feeling about ECU Norfolk State?
This might be the first time ever that I've given this score on the rating, but I'm going with a 10.
A 10,
right?
A 10.
I'm going with a 10. I think the Pirates get it done today, and I think they get it done in dominating fashion. I think you guys are going to have a great fifth quarter call-in show after the game. Yeah, I'm all about the Pirates. You know, Blake Prohl said Pirates by 50. I think I'm going to tell Blake Prohl Pirates by 50 today.
All right, Pirates by 50. Chandler, who scores the first touchdown for East Carolina this football season?
I got to go with our guy, Rajay Harris. I think it's going to be near the goal line. I think they're just going to hand it off to Rajay, the veteran, and he'll punch it in. So I think Rajay Harris will be the first Pirate to score.
What's up, my guy?
What's up, my guy?
What's up, my guy? All right, Sean. Well, have fun out there. How about Jamie came by the studio and joined me live on the show earlier?
Are you serious?
I am serious.
Wow.
Yeah.
What was that?
He's taking over Pirate Radio Live. I'm out of here. Also, we got to talk to Brett. Virginia Tech.
TCU.
Virginia Tech should never schedule Vanderbilt ever again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gosh, I don't think we should ever allow him back in the studio after yesterday.
I think we should, and we should just troll him nonstop, and he could just be a punching bag the entire football season. How about that?
That's also great.
It's going to be a lot of fun with Coach Mack on Tuesday, too. I got a feeling I'm really going to piss him off. I can already tell.
Yeah, for sure. We got to play back his comments for Coach Mack.
All right, Sean, have fun out there, buddy.
All right, y'all have a great rest of the show, and we'll see you after we'll have the post game after the show, so stay tuned on social media at PR927FM. We'll have coach and player comments, so stay tuned.
All right, thank you, Chan, man. Chan, you might need some energy. I suggest you stay active and energized all day with Celsius by your side. Look for your favorite Celsius flavor at your favorite retailer and at ECU games. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pirate Radio, proudly distributed by the Minges Bottling Group. Earl, I said we needed a Syracuse touchdown before the half. And what did they go out and do? Went all the way down the field, put it in the end zone, and things are starting to turn around. Gators showing life, Orange showing life. Syracuse is going to go up at the half by 8 if they make the PAT. 17-9er, 5 seconds left to go, first half. So things moving in the right direction here, starting to feel much better. Shirley, did we ever get up with HUD?
Unfortunately, Coach HUD is not answering his phone.
All right, I'll tell him to call us. So we'll do a audible.
Hey,
and
I was going to say, we talked about Rajay.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk to Rajay?
All right, let's hear from East Carolina running back Rajay Harris, who we talked to earlier this week.
Rajay, it's been obviously a long offseason, man. Just how do you kind of describe your emotions to get ready for the opener?
Man, I'm excited, man. I'm ready. I couldn't even sleep last night, man. I'm ready for a Tuesday practice, man. So I know my emotions up there. I know the team emotions up there, man. You can just feel it. You can feel it at practice. You feel the energy. everybody ready to go.
You've always said this summer about how fast the offense is.
Mm-hmm.
The more you guys do it, has it gotten faster?
Yeah, it's kind of like a rhythm thing. Once you get that rhythm going, you just pushing tempo then. But yeah, it's super fast. You got to really be well conditioned to be in this offense.
Speaking of condition, you look like you've slimmed down a lot. Are you getting any faster?
Eating my broccoli, man. Come on. But yeah, man, I'm about 212, 213. I lost a lot of body fat this offseason again, man. I'm all about my body, my mind. So, man, I've just been working on that this offseason, getting that prepared. I'm ready to go.
Coach says you look like the old Rajay.
Oh, man.
How you feeling health-wise?
Man, I'm feeling great, man, 100%. This is probably my first season being 100% since senior year in high school. So, man, I'm excited just to be out there and just see how fast I can really go. You feel me? Because I really ain't felt this fast in a long time. So, you feel what I'm saying? Going out here Saturday against a good Norfolk State team would be a real good test for me.
What do you see on tape, the Norfolk State defense?
Oh, man, they really aggressive, man. They get to the ball. They chase that ball, man, and that front, hey, don't take it for granted. You feel what I'm saying? Don't think because they're a little lower division that, you feel what I'm saying, they going to come in here and just give it to us. You feel what I'm saying? You seen the game the other day. They run to the football, they attack the football, and shoot, them boys play hard.
You know, last year you had to wear the brace, come on the knees. Do you feel like freed up this year, just not having?
Yeah, I just feel like 2-3 pounds is off my leg, man, and shoot, that's always great. You feel what I'm saying? So, looking to break a lot this year. Get to show off my speed a little bit since people think I ain't got it. But man, I'm excited. Like I said, man, I'm just ready to go out there and do it.
What are some of your goals personally that you want to accomplish this
year? I'm not a real big goal person for myself, but I do want to get in that end zone a lot. That's really one of the goals, just get in the end zone a lot and just, go over there with my daughter because she sit down there in the boneyard, so go celebrate with her.
You know, for you, Rajay, this opener, how important is it for you as a senior to set the tone for the season and get off to a good start?
Man, it's very important. I don't remember the last time we had like a home game other than state, but it's really important, man, just to go out there and set the tone because this game is going to set the tone for the whole year. You feel what I'm saying? It's send a message to the whole conference. You feel what I'm saying? So everybody got to be locked in, which they is. Everybody in the locker room, everybody upstairs. And shoot, bro, let's go do it. Let's go do it.
Can you talk about the chemistry you've developed over this offseason with Jake coming in as transfer?
Yeah, man, we built the chemistry with all three of the QBs, man, because you never know. You feel what I'm saying? Jake is our guy. We rooting for him, but you just never know what happens. So building that chemistry with all three of them, it's built the whole offense. You feel what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, them guys ready to go. They leading us, and we right behind them. We ready to do it.
There is Rajay Harris, our guy, your guy, my guy, everybody's guy, number 47. Chandler says Rajay will be the first Pirate to hit pay dirt in 2024. We just had a live report from Chandler out just outside of Dowdy Ficklen Stadium. Now we go to College Station as we continue to look around at what's going on in college football coming up tonight because Coach Hud, Greg Hudson, is live. He will be at Texas A&M and Notre Dame tonight. Coach Hud, how you doing, man?
You are listening this time live.
Love the Musburger shout-outs here. Hud, what's the scene like? Still got some time before they kick things off there, but what's the is there an atmosphere already building up for this thing?
Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, this is number one of all time I've ever seen.
Wow. I mean, we're talking first game day with Notre Dame, Florida State, and you were a part of that, but this is bigger?
Yeah, it's just big. It would use the word big. There is nothing as big as this. There's more people here around this whole area, I'm going to say, than, you got to say numbers are equal to Michigan and Ohio State, but the brick and mortar here, if you're building a facility, you should just come here and say, okay, we're going to do that. We're just not going to use as many bricks. Because this is exactly the 1% of the 1%er. What they're doing in the weight room, the new student center and academic center and student wellness center is immaculate and enormous. And not saying that, a lot of bricks equal victories, which you've seen in the previous years, last couple of years hasn't happened here. If you have somebody that's doing it right, you should win a lot of football games here. And these fans are jacked up. I mean, I've seen more shirtless ranchers, as Pat said about them on ESPN, running around here with cowboy boots and hats on, having a blast. I didn't know there's 77,000 students enrolled in school here.
Man.
So,
Hud, can you pick me up a 2025 shirtless ranchers calendar to put on my wall when you come back?
too much information.
All right.
Said right there.
Okay, sorry. Greg Hudson joining us. Coach Hud, what'd you do during college game day? Were you out there amongst the thousands, or did you watch it, or what were you doing earlier?
The one negative here, the kryptonite here, is that big orange thing in the sky. The sun down here is wicked. So my daughter had to be at the office. Kayla had to be here this morning at 7:30. So about 7 o'clock, we walked over to the game day set, and the guys were just getting in. So we got to see the guys doing the show. And I was lucky. The place I was at dinner last night. They walked in, and so they had an opportunity to have a couple brief conversations. So I want to get with McAfee because he was on the tail end, and I just want to introduce myself and remind him of the West Virginia game, just to try to make his day a little bit better.
Heck yeah. That'd be fantastic. Coach Greg Hudson joining us. Going to be an awesome one tonight in College Station. Hopefully it's not a good game at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Hopefully the Pirates can take care of business, and we'll have an easy third and fourth quarter here. That's the hope anyway. But, Hud, how about defensively? That's your expertise. East Carolina, good year defensively last year. They want to be great this year. How many points do they give up today to this Norfolk State team? Vegas is saying
0.
6 to 7. You think they can pitch the shutout?
No, I don't. That's nearly impossible to do. Somebody did it though today. Didn't Iowa do it?
Yeah.
But I like what Coach is doing with the defense and the way they play, the culture, the word that doesn't get used a lot with you guys, the culture he set with that defense. And they fly around, and it's an aggressive defense, and it shows where they want to go. They've got a vision, they got a plan, going good to great, and that's what you need. You need to have great defense to have a good football program and winning team. You got to have great defense, not good defense, great defense, to be sustainable and win a lot of football games. So I like what the defensive staff is doing with that defense, the way they play. I like the scheme they run. They bring a lot of stuff at you. It's at times it's probably really difficult to pick up. So, I think style points are even in college football again. If you got a chance to win a game and empty a bench, you need to do it.
That's a good point. We are keeping an eye on all these Group of 5 teams this year because the champion and the top-ranked champion out of the Group of 5 conferences will be in the playoff. And East Carolina trying to get to 1-0. Trying to get to 1-0, Coach Hud, for the first time since 2016. And, look, it's a long season. It's a grind. But it's just, man, it feels so much better to be 1-0 than 0-1 just for the mindset, momentum. That's huge, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, how would you like to have lose your first game and then have to take the road trip home across the Atlantic Ocean?
Like the Seminoles did?
I didn't like driving from Dowdy-Ficklin over to Brook Valley, let alone. I hated that drive. I couldn't imagine going across the ocean.
Yeah.
And, but, there's been a lot of build up to, hey, putting last year behind them.
Yeah.
The lifetime of Coach Holtz Sr. and Skip always told us the lifetime of a team is 1 year. And once that year's over, it's in the rearview mirror, and God put eyes in front of your head to see where you're going.
And man, Hud, that statement was said before the transfer portal in today's world. Now it's especially that way. Now it's literally that way, almost.
Yeah, there's no doubt. So this is an important game to get a lot of live game reps with some question marks that you have. The thing that you want to really harp on and hope that they do well is that they have really special teams is usually a hiccup there in the opener, and ball security and tackling. So those are probably the 3 areas that you look at if you got to win those situations.
Coach, thanks for joining us, man. Have a blast tonight, and we'll check in with you next week on Pirate Radio Live, get a recap, and talk more football with you.
I love it, and I won't say be nice. I mean that. I'm going to say gig 'em.
Wow.
Old Aggie.
Hud is part of the cult now. They roped him in quick. Gig 'em. All right, you got something, big dog?
I'm just surprised that Hud is turning on the Irish.
It was quick, right?
The man is a golden domer and is flip.
Blood is thicker than water.
That is true.
I like it.
See ya, Hud. Thanks, man.
All right. See you guys.
There is Greg. It is funny, Glenn. I listen to Brandon Walker a lot. They talk college football, and he talks about the cult of Texas A&M.
It's true.
Apparently so. Greg Hudson's been there for like 2 days and is now
fully roped.
He's all in.
He's gigged.
What kind of juice they got down there, man? He is in. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. Thanks to Greg Hudson for joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. We'll be taking your calls tonight on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Myself, Holton Ahlers, Caden Norman, the Pirate Radio crew will be here late into the evening taking your calls and celebrating and being above 500 for the first time. We need to look at that. Well, first time since 2022, I reckon. So a lot to be excited about with this Pirate football season, and we'll talk about it post-game tonight. All right, we'll take a break. When we return, we'll hear what Blake Harrell had to say earlier this week. Also got to check in with Brian North. A lot more to go. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
Are you ready for some football, Pirate Nation? Bud Light is America's favorite light beer and the official beer of the ECU Pirates. When planning your fun times, be sure to pick up some Bud Light at your favorite retailer. This season, Bud Light has a new limited edition purple and gold ECU bottle on sale now. Cheers to football fun at the tailgate and in the stadium this year. And remember, always stay in the game and drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Go Pirates!
Want a burger with attitude? Bad Daddy's Burger Bar is the place to get it. Located just off of Greenville Boulevard in the Public Shopping Center and a short distance away from Downey Ficklin Stadium, Bad Daddy's has a lineup of chef-inspired burgers, giant chop salads, the famous badass margarita, and a fabulous selection of local craft beers. Get started with Not Your Mama's Deviled Eggs or fried pickles before diving into one of their juicy burgers like the bacon cheeseburger on steroids. Or spice things up with the Heatwave Burger. People have called their burgers totally insane, but they'll take that as a compliment. Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. Go Pirates!
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Hey, Pirate Nation. This is Brian Buck with Buck Insurance Agency. This season, when you attend your favorite sporting event, take the Game Day Pledge. If your team is playing, win or lose, support your team to the end of the game. When you leave early, you risk missing your favorite athlete making the play of their career. When our family buys a ticket, we always plan to stay to the very end. Take the Game Day Pledge this season with Buck Insurance Agency. Play to the end, stay to the end.
Are you ready for football? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
You want a sub freshly sliced to order? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want the perfect radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a lone ninja warrior. By night, I glide unseen across the rooftops, watching my enemies from the shadows. By day, I go to Jersey Mike's, watching someone freshly slice my sub. My blade is called Shadow. His blade is a Berserba brand meat slicer. Clearly, I have much to learn about this land. Freshly sliced just for you. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Dixon Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Oklahoma State leads South Dakota State 41-20 in the fourth quarter. Ohio State has a comfortable 17-3 lead at the half over Akron. Texas leads Colorado State 31-0 at the half. It is Appalachian State 17, East Tennessee State 7 in the third quarter. Miami has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 24-10 lead over Florida. Penn State leads West Virginia 27-12, and Old Dominion is trailing South Carolina 10-7. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck. It is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and free entry for the ladies. You can follow the Buck on Instagram for an updated schedule, and we will see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Baron.
I will see you at the Buck Monday night, 8 o'clock, sports trivia. Earl, get out there, dude. Bring your bro. Play some sports trivia. Every Monday night, 8 o'clock at the Buccaneer Music Hall. All right, time to go back inside the Coach's Corner. As earlier, we heard from John David Baker, the new ECU offensive coordinator. Blake Harrell has been around a while now, and we'll hear what he has to say inside the United Bank Coach's Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. And here's what Blake Harrell had to say as he got ready to face the Spartans of Norfolk State.
How excited are you to kick this thing off after a long off?
Fired up to get last season behind us and open a new chapter. And I think everybody in our program that's here last year feels the exact same way. You know, the last 9-10 months, how hard our kids have been playing, our players are working, and our coaches and just everybody in this building and putting the work in to kind of make sure we don't have a repeat of that and close that chapter, don't look out the rear view and move on, move forward, as we said before, and just focus on what's in front of us. And right now that's Norfolk State, the biggest game of the year, next game of the year, and most importantly, get to open up in Dowdy-Ficklin, be back with Pirate Nation in front of our fans that our kids are so excited to play in front of.
You talk a lot about, how much of a pleasure it is to coach here, to be a part of game day. So, what are kind of the emotions for you going into year 5 with DC?
Year 5. I mean, that's it's pretty special. Not only to me, to my family, and I think that's my kids are getting old enough to now that they understand the game, football, and Pirate Nation. You ask them who their favorite team is, and they talk about the Pirates or what sport's important to them or what their favorite sport is. It's football, and my daughter told me the other day she don't want to play football, but that is her favorite sport, and told her she needs to toughen up a little bit. But, I think from all the game day traditions here and just seeing our fans and seeing the excitement and being back in front of that stadium and watching our kids go at it and playing the way they play defensively and playing with effort and flying around and creating turnovers and getting big stops on third down. So just look forward to seeing all that on Saturday and, just blessed to be a part of this. I mean, we talk so much about we get caught up in the rat race sometimes in life, and we don't take the time to appreciate where we're at. And I think sometimes you got to step back and just appreciate where we're at, be thankful. Thank God that, you're blessed to be here, be blessed in a place that cares about football. There's a lot of places out there that be a half-empty stadium on Saturday, and nobody really cares about game 1. But, here in Pirate Nation in 252 in Greenville and in Dowdy-Ficklin, we're going to have that place rocking, and truly fired up about that.
What did you see from Norfolk State's offense Saturday night?
Yeah, I saw 2 tailbacks that were really good. We call them Thunder and Lightning. 13 obviously took the third play of the game to the house for 82 yards. And I thought, last year I thought 33 was the bigger back. He was a bigger back, but better back, more of a downhill runner. 13 always balanced it. But the other night, 13 was between the tackles, make some really good cuts, and getting downhill. I thought Jalen Daniels is a very efficient quarterback there the other night, 7 of 9. Worked the ball down the field, has a strong arm. Started out at South Carolina. I think he has the same quarterback trainer as Spencer Rattler from California, Arizona, out that way. Played JUCO last year, so he's played some football. Obviously that was game 1 for them. The old saying is you make your biggest improvement from game 1 to game 2. So they're going to clean some things up. I'm sure we'll see a different football team than we saw on tape and on the TV last Saturday. So, I think they got a very good football team coming in here. And, we got to freaking play our tails off to get the W.
new OC, so I mean they could come out and do something different this week, but at least to have some film to watch.
Yeah, I tell you what, going into game one, I think there's always been over my career like two things. Game one is scary. Like when you're the special teams coordinator, you never know who can, new punt system or new punt return or new kickoffs, what they're going to do on that. And then going into game one as a DC, like if you're facing a new opponent or a new OC for the first time, he hasn't called it. In some ways that was Michigan last year. We were facing a new OC. It was just the guy was suspended, but kind of what they were going to do. You didn't think they were going to get far away from it. But going to this game, all summer we're looking at Alcorn State. We're looking at what he did at the JUCO, those type of things, watching Norfolk State film. So you're watching about a 40-game study. And now you kind of, okay, this is what they did last Saturday night. That's kind of like this section of games, so we can kind of hone in on that and kind of focus more on those details. And I'm sure we'll see some new flavors this week and add to it. That was probably just the base of their offense, and they'll add to it as they go. They got two good tight ends. Obviously, they ran 17 reps with 12 personnel with two tight ends in the game. They were 100% run. I'm sure they'll change that up and throw the ball around this week out of that. Alcorn State, he was heavy 10 personnel. Last week, he only showed 2 snaps of that, heavy pass. So I'm sure we'll see some mixture of that this week. So it was good to have him game one for sure, and you kind of know exactly what to practice this week and kind of have a better idea of where you want to focus at.
Coach Baker talked about there's someone keeping up with touches and plays and things like that. How about defensively? Is there constant communication with Coach Tesh and the secondary coaches about who's in, who's banged up, stuff like that throughout the game?
Yeah, and we've always did that. We keep up with stops is what we keep up with, but we also keep up with, hey, how many snaps does so-and-so play? Hey, Devin King, he's out there for 10 straight snaps. Let's make sure we get him a break, make sure he's good to go in the fourth quarter. And I think that's what we've always done a good job of here is rolling guys, developing guys. 20, 22 guys, 18 guys are playing in a game. And I see that happening again this year, especially early in the season. I think it's supposed to be 90-something degrees at kickoff, which is awesome. Our kids need to embrace that, a toughness thing. That, hey, we're going to be tougher than the other football team, and we're going to roll more guys. We're going to wear them out, and in the second half, we have the advantage because we're still fresh and we're ready to play. So I think it helps on a lot of fronts with that. It helps one win the ball game, which is most important, keeping guys fresh in the second half. Two, and it helps develop young guys. I mean, Zakai Barker, he's going to get his first start, but Zakai Barker you're going to see out there on Saturday, and if he continues to play the way he has in practice, it won't look like a first start. It'll look like a veteran player out there, and that's because he's developed over the years, played here, played there, and had some game snaps before.
Kind of going on board, talking about earlier, going to year 5 for you, you've always changed and adapted. How do you make sure teams can't watch your tape and always know what's coming on your end?
Yeah, and I think you always change and adapt based off your personnel. If you have some really strong pass rushers, you better adapt to that. If you have a really strong secondary, you better adapt to that. Or if you're trying to cover guys up, you better move and shake around. And I think as a coordinator, you always got to stay. You can't just go repeat and rinse, repeat and wash, all that kind of stuff. You got to keep developing. You got to keep growing as coaches, as a package, as a system, what we do. So we got to continue to do that in the off season, and we have. And there's some things that we haven't done lately that I think we can get back to and kind of, hey, remember what we did back in 2020 or 21 or 2019, and we can go back to those things. So, and our personnel may allow us to be a little bit differently as well, and I think we'll see that on Saturday night and throughout the first 3 or 4 games.
East Carolina defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. They'll be playing like their hair's on fire about 30 minutes from now at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. That was Blake Harrell on the United Bank Coaches Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. Let's get another break in. We'll come back. When we return, we'll go live to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, I think, and talk to Brian North if his wife allowed him to go to the game today. We'll find that out. And talk to North, get his thoughts on this one going on and more. When we return, we are counting down to kickoff, and we're with you until things get kicked off on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We roll on after this.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers does real burgers better than anybody. And don't forget about the cheese sticks, fresh salads, and more. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, burgers and sports at its best.
Go Pirates! Arr!
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, it's Caleb with Stroud's Marine. Boating season is here, and at Stroud's Marine we're stocked up with over 20,000 pre-owned parts. We've got everything you need from propellers, lower units, trim units, electrical and fuel parts, and just about anything else you need for an outboard. Speaking of outboards, we will buy your old ones. And as always, our mission is to save you money and get you back out on the water as quickly as possible. Visit StroudsMarine.com today for more information. Stroud's Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Hote from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Braxton Green, at 526-8260.
Braxton Green, NMLS 222-3878. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender, NMLS 208516.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's famous weekday lunch specials are only $7.99. Stop by for the house salad with grilled chicken, the half club sandwich with chips, or everyone's favorite, the fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and a drink on the patio. Join Down on Main Street every Wednesday for half-price wings from 4 to close. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is Brian Bailey, host of The Brian Bailey Show, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. For the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner, be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. You can join over the 81,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you. Hour 4, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. East Carolina, Norfolk State. Pirates 31-point favorites today. against the FCS opponent from Norfolk. Total 51.5. So they are not expecting Norfolk State to score many points in this game. We're going to check in with Brian North in just a moment, but right now we will get our Papa John's preview with Double B, Brian Bailey. Bailey, take it away.
What were your feelings like when you first found out you were the starter?
I was super excited. I walked out of the meet and I walked in the hallway and I'm like, let's go! And just kind of took a moment and then kind of sat with it for a second, and I was like, all right, what's next? Time to call my parents and head home and go watch some tape. So it was kind of like a back-to-work mindset, but it was a lot of excitement for sure.
On defense, Blake Harrell returns for his 5th season. The Pirate defense was good last year. This year, that D could be great.
They like flying around and making plays and playing for each other and with each other and playing for Pirate Nation and playing in Dowdy-Ficklin. And when that crowd gets going, I think you see our defense turn up even more. And, that's one thing we kind of preach is running the football, and they certainly do. And they got athleticism enough that they can get to the ball as well. So it's a fun group to watch when they get rolling.
The Pirates are big favorites tonight. It's our first look at this new offense and our first look at a defense that should be the strength of this football team in 2024. It's the Pirates and the Spartans, East Carolina and Norfolk State for the first time ever. With the Papa John's Pirate Preview, I'm Brian Bailey.
The Papa John's Pirate Preview, Pirate fans. Papa John's is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online, papajohns.com, and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates. All right, we will now head out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. This is bad. This guy just literally shook a guy, just injured a guy. You hear break your ankles, broke your ankles. This guy literally broke an ankle, this receiver from Miami, on a Florida defender, and Miami running all over the field. Right now up 24-10. Brian North joins us, I think, from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. What's up, North?
What's going on, Clipper?
Following all the action on this Saturday and getting ready for East Carolina football. Did you make it out to the stadium today?
I am Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Now, I might be under a short leash here, but I'm here for at least the start of the game. Actually, we've got some high school games I may go check out tonight so we can have good coverage, but I'm hoping to see at least a good quarter of what Pirate football has to offer and what the crowd has to bring and all of that. So look for an exciting night of football. I see Chandler. I heard you guys looking for the Chad man earlier. He's here in yellow vest and on the field.
All right, putting the work in on a Saturday. North, has any fans made their way into the stadium yet?
Let's see here. I just walked in. I'm standing by the big Pirate Head blow-up tunnel. Boneyard is about a third to a half full. I'd say half full.
Okay.
Rest of the stadium, not quite half yet. Shaded side has more people, obviously. Not bad. You're talking 15 minutes before a hot day kickoff. Tailgating is in prime effect. So, we'll probably, I'd say it's going to be 30-plus here, probably 35. I'd say 35 by the time this one's done, considering all the people I saw out tailgating.
Brian, nobody is anticipating a North Carolina A&T or James Madison situation today at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, but could it be a Taylor Heineke Old Dominion or, App State maybe kind of sticking around with ECU? Do you think, or Towson? I think that was a 28-20 game when we opened up with Towson. Do you think Norfolk State hangs around, or do the Pirates take care of business?
Offensively, I just don't think they can hang with the ECU defense. The only way it stays close is that the ECU offense just sputters a little bit. And I can see where that happens. You've got a lot of new parts here that are trying to mesh and get together. And it's great in practice to look good, but when you get out there and it's for real with the referees, another team, and plus they played a game already. And I always say when you played a team that's already played a game and you're playing your first, there is a little advantage there for them. So I don't think offensively they can do what those other teams did coming in here when ECU played them. But I think offensively for ECU is how quickly they can get their timing and get themselves together. That's going to be the key as to if this game's close by halftime or not.
Brian North joining us live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Brian, what Pirate crosses the goal line first for East Carolina this season?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
What Pirate scores the first touchdown this season?
What Pirate scores first touchdown? So you're asking the old man who barely knows the transfer portal. So I'll go with Rajay Harris.
You better go with a returner then.
Yes.
And Rajay is a fair answer, although I'm interested to see the distribution at running back, but more so, Brian, all those portal guys that came in to catch passes, from Anthony Smith to Winston Wright to Casey Kelly. That's going to be an interesting UB stat sheet after tonight's game. Where are those balls going? Who are the playmakers out there?
Right. And I'm curious as to, with the balance of that offense, how much do they run, and who gets, when they start throwing it, are they doing bubble screens out? Are they trying to throw it down the field? Just so many things. But when you have that many weapons, the tight end game, I always say Mike Houston really loves the tight end game, and we'll see how much that factors in here. He just hasn't been able to show it here in his time at ECU. So maybe they've got some tight ends they can start throwing it to some more. So I'm just real curious about the distribution, as is everybody, as to where the ball is going to go, and if there's going to be a primary target, or if there's going to be 10, 12 people with catches in this game and 6 or 7 running backs with carries.
Nord, thanks for joining us. Have a good night out there and wherever you may be covering football on this Saturday. It feels like the old North is back, live at the stadium. Like, no kids around them.
Having trouble hearing you at this point.
All right, well, good enough.
Yeah,
see you, Brian.
The fire up Petey's out in the field doing his little dance now, and they're getting ready to get this thing going.
All right, later, North.
Really good today. It's the PA system, I can tell you that.
Thank you, Brian. See ya.
All right, see ya, Flipper.
All right, there he is, Brian North. Couldn't hear me there at the end. I'm having trouble hearing you. We appreciate Brian North joining us today. I don't appreciate Miami putting another touchdown on the board. It is 30-10 in the swamp. It is gross. Syracuse, are they doing anything? Boy, this day stinks. This is all gone to hell in a handbasket here. Syracuse is in the red zone, but they got a lot of work to do if they want to cover.
It's looking like a rough day at the moment. Northwestern just scored as well. UTSA is up 15, so hopefully they can do something. Indiana's up 17. Hopefully they can do something, but not looking good at the moment.
Yeah, Earl, we need a big nightcap if we're going to do something on this week 1 Saturday. All right, let's take another break. When we return, Earl, we haven't even told you, we're going to make fantasy picks. Myself, you, and Shirley will pick a player, an ECU player, who will have the most fantasy points tonight. Can't pick a quarterback. You can pick a defensive player or a kicker if you'd like. But we'll go PPR. I think for opening day, and if it's just us 3, Big Dog can come in if he'd like, but maybe we all pick 2 players. We'll go snake draft and pick 2 players who will have the most points individually tonight for the Pirates. We'll do that and get ready to wrap things up here on a Week 1 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you after this.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Come experience Greenville's newest theater, Golden Ticket Cinemas, located on Greenville Boulevard near Cracker Barrel. With stadium seating and reserved luxury recliners, you can enjoy the movie along with great concessions such as L House sliders, delicious wings, pizza, and hot dogs. And they even have milkshakes. You can always find great deals at Golden Ticket Cinemas, such as $5.50 Ticket Tuesdays and free family movies at 11 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show in style with luxurious amenities and top-notch service at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in ENC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get bucked up.
Did you know that GUC's electric rates are the lowest in Pitt County? GUC's average residential electric bill using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month with load management is $21 lower than the investor-owned utilities and $34 lower than the local co-ops. In fact, GUC's average electric bills are still $10 lower than they were 10 years ago. Low rates with high reliability. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
The price is always right at Doug Henry of Greenville. Doug Henry of Greenville has over 300 vehicles to choose from and brand new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry is easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. This month, Doug Henry is giving away ECU football tickets. Stop in and register to win and purchase the vehicle of your dreams. Doug Henry of Greenville, right on the price, right on the corner. Go Pirates!
Pirate Towing is now the exclusive towing partner for East Carolina Athletics. Pirate Towing has over 20 years of experience, open 24/7, and they can always assist you. Don't be stranded and wait for hours. Pirate Towing offers all roadside assistance to come give you a tow or jump start on game day or any day. Say Pirate Towing in your phone today and let the stress of car trouble go down. Pirate Towing, 955-4670. That's 955-4670, and also on Facebook. Pirate Towing, the preferred towing partner with ECU and Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
Mount up. Dank Burrito is coming to Greenville. Dank is your ticket to adventure in a tortilla. We combine bold flavors to make new kinds of burritos, tacos, and bowls, like honey truffle buffalo chicken or teriyaki shrimp. Once you're Dank, you'll never want the same boring burrito again. Dank Burrito is also the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, which we all know and love here in G Vegas. We're opening soon at 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Come join the Dank Burrito Mafia. Hope to see y'all soon.
Pirate Radio.
Here it is, a first down. Pirates.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take one last look at the scoreboard before the end of the show. Penn State wins it over West Virginia, 34-12 was your final. Oklahoma State defeated South Dakota State 44-20. Ohio State leads Akron 17-3 in the third quarter. Texas all over Colorado State 38-0 in the third. It is Appalachian State 17, East Tennessee State 10 in the third. Miami leads Florida 31-10 in the third quarter. And ODU is trailing South Carolina 10-7. They are currently under a weather delay. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. The Buck is your beacon of music in the land of Pirates in Eastern North Carolina, and they are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And ladies, you get in free all weekend long. For the latest information, you can follow the Buck on the Instagram, and we will see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right. We made it through. A bit clunky, a few penalties, some mistakes.
Well, the biggest improvement is from week 1 to week 2.
Oh,
so.
no doubt. No doubt. We are going to... we're gonna have
Did you just say duh to me?
Duh. We're going to have a flawless show coming up next week, which will once again begin at 2 o'clock as we get you ready for ECU and Old Dominion from Norfolk this time. Norfolk's coming here today. We go to Norfolk next Saturday. All right, we always wrap it up with our fantasy picks. And for week 1, we got Earl here, we got Shirley here, myself. And what we're going to do, let's go snake draft. We'll all draft 2 players. The only players you cannot draft are Jake Garcia and Caton Hauser. But everybody else is available to you to draft. Shirley, ladies first, but I'm going to let you choose your draft order. Because if you pick first, that means you won't pick again until... last. Because we're going to go snake draft style. So where would you like to draft, Shirley?
Ooh,
No
third.
pressure.
Okay, so you're going to get the 3rd and 4th pick. You're going to be able to double up. Earl, since this is your first time and we appreciate your efforts today, great job. I'll let you decide where you pick.
I'm going to go with the player that I picked earlier.
Wait.
What?
Does that mean you want to pick first?
Oh.
You can pick second if you'd like.
I'll go first.
Okay, all right.
That's fine. I'll take Winston Wright, the guy I predicted to have the most catches and yards earlier, so I'll go with him.
I'll go ahead and go with Rajay, my guy. I think he finds the end zone today. Shirley, you are up with back-to-back picks.
My first pick, Marlon Gunn.
All right.
And then I'm going to go with, what tight ends do we have available right now?
Well, Casey Kelly, Tyler Savage, others.
Is Alex Harper playing tight end today?
That's only on the video game.
Dang it.
You know what? We should make Alex Harper available, and if he has perfect snaps, you get like 2 points a snap or something. But no. Who do you got, Charlie? There's only been 3 players selected. You have a lot to choose from here.
I have the depth chart.
I'm thinking.
We know.
You know what? I'm going to go on the defensive side of the ball because you know I like to take a risk.
You get a point per tackle, forced fumble, recovered fumble, interceptions worth 2, touchdown 6. Okay.
Give me Mike Edwards.
All right. Think he's the guy making the most tackles for the Pirates today at that linebacker position. I've been saying this guy breaks one, so I'm going to practice what I preach, and I'm going to take Javius Bond. So I'm going with 2 running backs. Earl, I'm showing my age. This is how fantasy football used to be. You take your running backs early.
First.
Now you take your receivers early.
No, I still 2 running backs in fantasy football. I'll go running backs because the depth between 1 and 10 on running backs
That is true.
A lot wider.
Just worry about injury. All right, you got Winston Wright. Who are you wrapping up the draft with?
See, I thought the one guy I was going to go with was not going to be available.
But he is.
And I was anticipating on taking Conrad for that, but I'm going to go with Casey Kelly, the tight end there.
All right, because you think he gets in the end zone today.
Yep.
All right, there are the picks, and that is the show. Joey says Clip has gone soft on the interns. Joey, just wait till we talk to Brett coming up next week. We got something for him. Let me thank the sponsors of this program, Bud Light. This show brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. We had stats on the UBE stat sheet. We went inside the United Bank Coaches Corner. We had our Orthopedics East injury report. Hope to see Chase Sowell in the lineup soon for ECU. All our scores were on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. We had our Papa John's Pirate Preview with Brian Bailey. You heard from Ross Gordon on the Advanced Moving and Storage Opponent Preview. We are staying hydrated and energized thanks to Celsius. Our awesome pregame spread was covered by Chicken Salad Chick. Check them out, 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville. A lot to choose from. Chicken salad, soup, sides, sandwiches, desserts, whatever you want, whatever you like, it's available at Chicken Salad Chick. And we talked to all of our guests on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. We'll be back on that live line coming up after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Thanks to our chat gang on YouTube. Thanks to our Facebook watchers. Thanks to all of you listening at your tailgates, your home, or wherever you are on this beautiful Week 1 game day Saturday. For the crew, I am Clip Brock. We'll talk to you immediately following the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th quarter call-in show. Holton Ahlers, Cade Norman, myself, and the Pirate Radio team will be here taking your calls, reading your comments late into the night. So we'll see you after the game on the 5th quarter. For the crew, I'm Clip Brock. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
$25,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
This is the Infinity Sports Network.
Snap, turn left. Fletcher pounds ahead. He leaps over the top. He's atop his offensive line, carried into the end zone. Touchdown, Mark Fletcher Jr. He went over the top of the pile, and he didn't come down. He rested on the shoulders of the Miami offensive linemen, the Florida defensive linemen who were belly bumping at the goal line, and he crowd surfed into the end zone. Touchdown, Florida. Fletcher, touchdown, Miami. Florida's second of the game. And it's 30-10 Hurricanes with 12:25 to go in the third quarter.
Oh, man. You know what? I asked Ryan for that. I asked Ryan to give me the suffering that is my alma mater getting cooked at home by a team that they're only 2.5-point underdog against, Miami, the first game of the year. You know, guys, we all love college football. We all look forward to it. I can't think of anything more painful, right, than to look forward to the college football season all summer long and then to have this happen to you in your first game of the season. Clemson experienced it today. Florida's experiencing it right now, and it's just not even close. So let's get you up to speed on the scores. That audio provided to you by Learfield. It's Ohio State 24, Akron 3, Texas 45, Colorado State nothing. The aforementioned Miami Hurricanes 31, and Florida 10. And oh my goodness gracious, it's now 37-10 as Miami has just scored again. This is something nobody thought would happen. I mean, like literally cooked at home by a team out of the All Cupcakes Conference. It is 37-10 Miami. Does Billy Napier, the Florida head coach, even make it back to the locker room with his job, with his position? Just a complete and total embarrassment going on right now in Gainesville. Earlier today, it was State 34, West Virginia 12, Tennessee 69, Chattanooga 3, Oklahoma State 44 over the FCS national champion South Dakota State 20, and Iowa 40, Illinois State nothing. Still to come in top 25 action today. It's Alabama, Western Kentucky at 7. Furman versus Ole Miss. I'm going to tell you, don't overlook the Dins now. Coming up at 7 p.m. on the SEC network. Kansas State against UT Martin at 7 p.m. Idaho, Oregon at 7:30, and Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Also at 30, plus Michigan and Fresno State, and New Mexico and Arizona, the nightcapper, at 10:30 p.m. Well, I can tell you this. I can be disgusted at some behavior that Cam Ward showed in the offseason. He is former Washington State quarterback, current Miami quarterback. What did he do? Well, he declared for Miami in a name, image, and likeness through the NIL and the transfer portal. Miami didn't meet his asking price financially. So he said, I'm out. I'm going to declare for the NFL draft. He put out this announcement video, I'm going to the NFL draft, and he did just because Miami didn't meet his asking price. Then Miami did meet his asking price, so he withdrew from the NFL draft. I mean, like you're holding programs hostage over money. Again, I would ask you guys, Is this what college football is supposed to be? That said, he very much looks every bit the part today. Miami all over the Florida Gators, 38-10, still in the third quarter. And consider what Florida has coming up this season. Florida plays not 1, not 2, not 3. I'm sounding like a LeBron James now, aren't I? 8 top 20 teams this year. 8. Miami, Texas A&M, Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and Florida State. They play 8 in the top 20. When you consider what happened with Clemson earlier today, when you consider what's going on with the Gators right now, think of the headmen for Florida and Clemson. Great human beings, right? Dabo Swinney, great human being. Billy Napier, great human being. Further evidence that in the new era in college football, nice guys finish dead last. Here's how you guys can take part in the show. You can give us a call at 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227 is where you can get to us. On Twitter, we're at INF Sportsnet. Invite you to get to and follow me on Twitter at Mark Ryan on Air. That's at MARC Ryan on Air. Facebook.com/INF Sportsnet. And listen live, infinitysportsnet.com. What do you say I tell you who's going to make the college football playoff this year, okay? All opinions herein are 100% correct and should be adopted by you immediately or not at all, okay? Because they may not be correct. They may not be correct, but I'm going to give you my best shot. Ron Botcher, let's hit the music, and let's give you our college football playoff picks for the 2024 season. Here we go. All right, 12-team college football playoff. 4 teams have byes. Who gets the bye? Number 1 seed is going to be your SEC champion, Georgia Bulldogs. Your number 2 seed is going to be your Big Ten champion, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Your 3 seed is going to be the ACC champion, Miami Hurricanes. And your 4 seed is going to be your Big 12 champion, Utah Utes. Those 4 teams are going to have byes in the college football playoff, the 12-team college football playoff. How about it, my friends? What about 5 through 12? Well, I'm asking myself, who is going to be the best team that does not win? Who's going to be the best team that does not win their conference? I think it's going to be Oregon. They'll finish very close to Ohio State, I think, in the Big Ten. They're the 5 seed. Who will they oppose? Well, the group of 5, the best group of 5 champion. I'm going to say this year it's Boise State. Boise State gets back in. Where have you been lately? Good to see you again. Boise State in the playoff in the 5-12 matchup. My 6th seed is going to be the Alabama Crimson Tide. Love they did with the hire. Kalen DeBoer, an outstanding fit. No ties to Alabama, but simply put, the best head coach available. They're going to face Ole Miss as the 11th seed in the college football playoff. Love the job that Lane Kiffin is doing there, and they are spending big in the transfer portal. One of the most active teams in the portal is Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. My 7-10 matchup is going to be Notre Dame and Marcus Freeman. They've got a big one tonight, my friends, at Texas A&M on road. It's going to be fascinating to see how that plays out. I think Notre Dame is an interesting upset pick in that game. And they're going to oppose Louisiana State, Brian Kelly. Look, I think he's getting things untracked at LSU. I think things are moving in a good direction for him. Look, they have to replace wide receiver Neighbors. They have to replace their quarterback, Jaden Daniels. But I'm a big believer in what Brian Kelly is about and what he can do. I like LSU to still get into the playoff as the 10 seed. And then the 8-9 game, I will go seed Penn State and 9 seed Missouri. Well, you're saying to yourself, Mark Ryan, I've heard you be very cruel to Penn State on your show. Yeah, they're always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But have you seen their schedule this year? Penn State's schedule is literally the island of misfit toys. There is no way Penn State is going to have 3 losses in a schedule that features Bowling Green, Kent State, Illinois, UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, Ohio State, Washington, Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland. There might be only one top 25 team on their schedule when all is said and done, The Ohio State University. Penn State's going to be in. I have them as the 8th seed. They're going to face 9th seed from the SEC, Missouri. Eli Drinkwitz really getting that party started. They've got a returning quarterback who's outstanding, Cook. And I'll tell you what, watch out for Missouri as a viable SEC contender this season. So, how about the matchups? First round matchups. I've got Oregon and Boise State, and I've got Oregon advancing. I love the matchup because it's two West Coast teams, but Oregon is the best team Phil Knight and Nike can buy. They advance. Alabama against Ole Miss. Ole Miss is closing the gap with Alabama on talent, but not there yet. Alabama gets by. Notre Dame and Louisiana State. Give me Brian Kelly. Give me the SEC athletes of the Bayou Bengals. And Penn State, Missouri feel much the same way. Remember, Missouri beat Ohio State in a New Year's Six bowl game this last season. I think they can get by Penn State in this game as well. So now we move to the quarterfinal. We've got Georgia, Missouri, Utah, Oregon, Ohio State, LSU, and Miami versus Alabama. How do these matchups shake out? Well, I'm not picking Missouri to beat Georgia, okay? I don't know if Missouri will ever have the athletes Georgia does. I think maybe making a college football playoff quarterfinal represents the ceiling for what Missouri can accomplish. Utah versus Oregon in the other. Remember, 4 seed versus 5 seed. This Utah team beat Oregon twice last year. But the Ducks have revenge on their mind, a massive recruiting class, massive transfer portal class. They can now match Utah's toughness and beat them with skill. Oregon advances to the semifinal. Ohio State versus Louisiana State. Look, guys, in terms of roster talent, I think the Buckeyes have the best talent in America this year. They get by LSU in this game, who is placing a lot in Miami. Alabama, great season for the Canes, making it to the quarterfinal. This is where it ends, though. Alabama takes them out, leaving us with a semifinal of Georgia versus Oregon and Ohio State versus Alabama. In those matchups, I like Georgia over Oregon. Georgia's just too many athletes. All told, Oregon now is getting to the place financially where they can match Georgia's toe for toe. You got the quarterback matchup, Dylan Gabriel, Carson Beck. But remember, we all remember that opening season game, Georgia 50, Oregon nothing. Has Oregon closed the gap enough on the Georgia Bulldogs right now? I'm not so sure they have. Give me Georgia to advance. Ohio State versus Alabama. What a matchup that might be. Kalen DeBoer, year one. I think there's a tremendous disadvantage there against Ryan Day's tenure and Ryan Day's talent. Ohio State gets by Alabama. We then are blessed to see a national championship game between Georgia and Ohio State. And methinks that Carson Beck, after having just won the Heisman Trophy, is going to do it again. 3 national championships in 4 years for the Georgia Bulldogs. They get by Georgia. They get by Ohio State, and they do so yet again. I will go 27-17 in the national championship game. Georgia over Ohio State. Best team that misses the college football playoff, who might it be? I'm going to go Michigan. I'm going to go Michigan. And the reason is they're replacing so much. They lose their coach. They lose their quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. Sharon Moore, year one. This is not an indictment on him in any way, shape, or form. The reality is I see Michigan losing not 1, not 2, but 3 games. Is a 9-3 Michigan team, is that record going to be good enough to make it into the college football playoff? Where do they go 9-3? Well, I think they lose at Ohio State. Boy, think of the revenge on the minds there. I mean, that one could get ugly for the Wolverines. They've got 2 huge home games, one against Texas, one against Oregon. I think they win one of those 2. So that gives them 2 losses on the year. And then I think there will be a 3rd loss that you can't foresee right now. Could it be against USC? Could it be at Washington? Right? Could it be somewhere else on the schedule? I think Michigan loses a third game there somewhere, and they'll finish 9-3 on the year. And at this point, I'm not willing to bet that that's going to be enough to get them into the college football playoff this year. That's my hunch outside looking in, and that, my friends, is my college football playoff prediction for this season. How did I do? Did I hit it out of the park? What was my most egregious omission, in your opinion? Team that didn't make the playoff that should, based on what you have seen. 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227 is the number to get to us on the show today. Graham Mertz of the Florida Gators just picked off inside the red zone, slow to get up. Miami takes it all the way down the field. This is, bar none, the most embarrassing, humiliating display by the Florida Gators that could have ever been envisioned by this team. I'm not lying to you. What an ACC team is doing right now to my alma mater, Florida, is one of the biggest sporting embarrassments of my life. And look at me. I'm here to take all the sharp, pointy objects from you right now on the all-new Infinity Sports Network. It's got to be number one list, right? Well, number one on what list? That's what we're doing next. Here's what's coming up, my friends. What college football program isn't what they used to be? All right? They think they are what they used to be, but they're not anywhere close to what they used to be. And someone's got to be the guy, the bad guy, to let them know it. Well, what do you say? I'll open that up to your calls as well at 855-212-4227. That's 855-212-4227. My name is Mark Ryan. Great to have you with us alongside Ryan Botcher right here on the all-new Infinity Sports Network.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 tests under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
If you missed Pirate Radio Live, you missed.
I like ice cream sandwich. Good one. Good call. Yeah. Good call. Hey, you know what? I like the ice cream sandwich where the bun is a cookie.
Now you call it a bun. That's interesting.
What else should I call it?
I don't know. But
when I
look at it, I don't see a bun.
No, because when I said bun, I cringed a little bit.
Pirate Radio Live, weekdays from 3 to 6, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Hey, Pirate fans, did you know there are thousands of special needs children and adults right here in our community that loves ECU athletics as much as you do?